RICS does not own ICMS. RICS is only a headquarter, because I know in 2015 in Washington they asked who will house the ICMS. Australia, they now find out, is this Australia, Canada, America, that's USA, AAC, and they find out it's only RICS that has, those structures. So one of the conditions that make it sad, it was agreed and signed that they will not own, they will only house, or they will only use it as an office, as a place of meeting. That's why most of our meetings are done in RICS office in UK. People come from everywhere. So the whole world, the whole globe, owns the ICMS. Then, why are standards important? Knowing what is and what is not included in the construction cost of a project is vital, like that of USA. And I will still give example with that of Nigeria Railway from Lagos to Ibadan, and that of Accra to Tekora. There's a lot of news going on there. But you have to know what is included in Ghana's rail and what is included in Nigeria rail before you come up with, Nigeria is blotted in court, before you come up with that one. And then understanding how it compares with other projects within and outside that market. Accurately assessing value for money, and then assessing benchmarking project construction costs. Reporting national and international statistics on construction output. And I believe very soon NIQS will collaborate so that we can start have some data on that. Then the next is construction is changing. That's what brought about the issue of ICMS. Now, when you talk about, you see, number one there we have prefabrication modular construction, and that's what we know about that one, and then advanced building materials, then 3D printing, additive manufacturing. So if these things, construction is changing, then the method of assessing, of evaluating or managing costs must also adopt. Then you find number 8, cloud and real-time, and number 9, building information modeling. Of course, ICMS has incorporated BIM ICMS for that. And I believe you know that it will take the government policy for us here in Nigeria to start using BIM. Other people can use BIM, but then there must be a policy. Like UK, they have a policy, USA, they have a policy on that. Then global construction outputs. As of now, this is from 2017, when this one was developed, to 2022. We have construction output as 2017, $10.8 trillion US, and as now that we're talking now, is getting to 12.7 trillion US dollars. The source is from global data. Then the next one that you see how ICMS work. Hinkley Point Power Station, UK. Those of us who have been to as a power station there in UK, this power station was built by UK, or it is built in the UK, funded by Chinese investors, and owned operated and constructed by French company. You see where the standards. Construction in Lagos and Nigeria, but who are the investors? We have CAC. who are the operators? That's it. This power station was built in UK for UK citizens, for UK government, but it was funded by Chinese and owned and operated by a French company. 3 countries coming together because they have a standard that we are managing. Of course, did they manage this ICMS? No, they use their various standards. Of course, were there problems? There were problems. That's bring about this. Use of the standards. We have global investment decisions, international, national, and regional or state cost comparison. Yes, well, I have to talk on this. Building a 1 kilometer road in Kaduna, and the 1 kilometer road in Maiduguri, and 1 kilometer road in Bayelsa, you know that there could be differences. If it is 100 million naira in Kaduna, it could not be 100 million naira in Maiduguri. Simple reason is that they have a lot of dust, they have to clear dust, they have to until they get to the bottom. Am I correct? Now in Bayelsa, there's going to be a lot of filling. And if there's going to be a lot of filling, So you find that the cost of 1 kilometer road in Bayelsa will be higher than that of the cost of 1 kilometer road in Kaduna, and at the same time with a 1 kilometer road in Maiduguri. These are the parameters you have to do. What are those things that make? So you cannot just come and say, Kaduna Road or Abuja is 100 million naira 1 kilometer. Why should Bayelsa or Port Harcourt have that, or Lagos? You have to find out the basis on that. Now, feasibility studies and development appraisal, cost planning and control cost analysis, there and that, and you have it is there in the slide, you get it because of time factor. Then, how, I've talked about this one, cost planning, cost control analysis, cost modeling and procurement analysis of tenders, especially if you have, international constructors. When you have international constructors coming here, you have to use some of these things to compare the cost. Then, of course, we have dispute resolution, it will work in dispute. And then, of course, the statement of cost for purpose of insurance, and that will lead us to another ICMS. Then, what is the next thing? Is that valuation of assets and feasibility studies. That one will be very good, for us. That's in use of the standard finish. Then the next is how will it be used? How will it be used? We use it for cost reporting and data collections. Like I said, QSRBN sometimes ago in last year and NIQS, we need to develop our data because we are devoid of that. And I thank God NIQS and QSRBN are doing that. Now, investment and risk analysis, benchmarking global costs, informing should cost or whatever, procurement evaluation, auditing, dispute resolution, how it will be used. Now, ICMS, let me talk on this one. You see, ICMS framework, and the first is which was launched in 2017, had building, roads and motorways, railways, bridges, tunnels, waste and water treatment works, pipelines, well drilling, power generation plants, and then chemical plants and refineries. That is where we are able to stop. Building have a sector, the civil engineering have the remaining one, and fortunately for me, I acted on the civil engineering sector because of when they went through my document and CV, they now put me in the civil engineering, and we are only 8, but we got data, and I thank God, God helped me, we got data with Federal Ministry of Works here. But I made a mistake one time, I shared it with them, and this is, I will share it, it's laughable matter. I collected materials on Federal Ministry of Works. I edited, made sure that I remove anything to do with BIME. But there was one page, you can't edit and finish. So, and I was given a time frame to submit my document. That day, I couldn't check it again, so I submitted the document. It was when we were in London, we were meeting. Professor Ronald Flanagan, went through, they said, Ria is presented a good document, I will like it, that's it. Because he's in the building sector. And I also serve in the building, I serve in 2 committees. I was the only person who served in 2 committees, both building and civil engineering. So he now said, Ria, can I ask you a question? I said, yes, what's your question? He said, what is BIME? I was shocked. Where did you see it? In one of the documents I sent. I was thinking I have deleted BIME because it was written bill of quantity stroke BIME. So, and of course, I pray to my God, my Heavenly Father. I say, Holy Spirit, can you help me? So, of course, I told him that it's an issue of schedules of materials. That shows that in the whole world, there's nothing like BIME. It was new today. The ICE president there, he was in the meeting. He now called me after the meeting. He said, Ria, I believe you people have problem with Nigerian staff engineers. I said, yes, we do. He said, don't worry. It's just that they will be left behind. They have similar problem with quantity surveyors, but they have left everything costing now the quantity surveyors. They are only concerned with designing. That's ICE. And that is why their bill of, is this standard method of measurement, CESM, they have a quantity surveyor among the committee who drafted that. If you check, there's a quantity surveyor there. And since that time, we become friends with Professor Ronald Flanagan. Then, these are the core classification of ICMS. I'll just rush through this one. We have level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1, 2, and 3, they are international. They are compulsory. While level 4 is subgroup, that is local. we can use, it does not, what I'm trying to say that level 4 does not, ICM does not replace your standard method of measurement. It doesn't. Whereby there's a construction going on and your standard method of measurement can handle it good and fine. But when a constructor comes and say, this is it, if it's not there, you have to adopt, you have to, and that is it. So local is Nigerian, it is not, the ICM is not here to replace the our standard method of measurement. Now, what is the mapping? We have been able to map. I think I have the document. Map our BSM4 with the standard method of measurement, and we score almost 90%. 90%. I hope we have to have class. That's our BSM. We score 90%. So the remaining 10% is left for us to adopt or not to adopt, to incorporate it, like the UK are doing now. They are adding it. They score also 95%. I think UK score 95%, maybe because we have double. That's why they gave us, because they have to compare all. We have scored 90%. Some other countries, 60, 50 mapping. So they are now reviewing it. Then we have elemental classification, we have trade-based, we have other classification, and then these are the places we got our United Nations in Industrial and Statistic, code. United Nations have this one. They are standard. We use that one, and I've presented some here. Those of us who have been fortunate. And then the next is project attributes. These are the project attributes. They are characteristics of project or sub-project related to time, cost, scope of works, design, and quality, quantity, and the rest. Then project values are the standard sets of the description, measurement of each of the project attributes. Now, that is, we have level 3, okay. Level 2 has to do with cost category, capital cost, construction, associated cost, capital cost. Now, this associated capital cost, they are the one that cause the differences, the associated cost. And the associated cost has to do with tax, what do you call, compensation, value, whatever. Those are the things, associated capital cost. And then when you have a capital construction cost plus associated capital, will now give you total project cost. And we find that Australia, they don't pay consultancy in the construction cost, but America do. And I think Nigeria, I don't know whether we pay, you use consultancy fee and attach it with construction cost. These are the associated costs. They are not supposed to be there. And when you want to compare, find out what about VAT, what about taxes. Then cost in use life cycle. This cost in use life cycle was idea of European Union. I think they have something on that. And then level 3, cost groups. And in level 3 cost groups, this is the last part of our SM3. These are breakdown of costs according to functional elements of the construction project. There are major division of cost category into small number of groups to enable easy estimation, extraction of cost data for high level comparison by design or discipline. Now, ICMS2, I've finished on the ICMS1. ICMS2 take us to this one. Life cycle costs play a vital role in financial management. Construction management around the world, they allow critical decisions to be made regarding the relative importance of capital and longer term, which ultimately impact asset performance, longevity, disaster resilience, and sustainability. It is for this reason the ICMM Coalition has decided to revise and extend the scope of international construction measurement standard, then to incorporate these broader costs. ICMS can still be used solely for capital cost reporting. Now, what is the scope of ICMS? Now, to my left or to your left, you are going to see ICMM1 first, ICMM first edition. You have acquisition cost, non-construction, construction cost associated. That's the area. Then whole life cycle, includes ROME, R-O-M-E. That's renewal cost, operational cost, maintenance cost, and end life cycle. That make it ICMS2, the second edition. And then this is the whole document now. We call it ACRO. That is acquisition cost, construction cost, renewal cost, operating cost, maintenance cost, and end life. Will give you life. So if you have ICMS2, you don't need to have ICMS because everything is embodied there. Now, the next is this ISM2 framework. Now, this ISM2 framework, we did something that was not there in ISM1. That we added dams and reservoir, mines and quarry. I remember the last time the KSRBF have function, they talk about mines and quarry agriculture. Now, and thank God for our KSRBF president, because he's a member of our trustee. So this one was added. Now, the next, where the ICMS2 take us to, the next is ICMS3. This is a world first for cost and carbon management in the built environment. That's the first time we have, and this is the first. In fact, all the document 1, 2, and 3, they are the first in the world. Now, this is where the issue of social cost management standard was changed, but will still remain the acronym ICMS, because you can't measure carbon. So how do you do carbon? It has to be cost. And some of us who are there, we have to undergo training from Netherlands. Netherlands and is it Denmark, those areas there. So the next is where ICMS3 take us to. This is where it takes us. Major types are included as carbon emission or global warming potential. This is included in ICMS3. Marine works, which was not there in ICMS1 and 2. Marine works, offshore, nearshore, dredging and disposal, ports, quays, wells, jetties, mooring structure, line reformation and reclamation. I think Lagos is known for that, for dredging and the rest, and a lot of land reclamation. So these are the, and I thank God I used some of the data we have here in the Federal Ministry of Works. They were helpful, for getting some of those data. And issue in the ICMS3, we have dams and quarries. And internationally, they don't have quarries. It's only in Nigeria we have quarries. So when it was there, and I told them, what do? They say, we have it in Nigeria, we have quarries. So they now included quarries. Yeah. But those who are expert in that, mine and quarries, are Canadians. So that's why, and of course, my friend Roy, he was very happy when I told him about quarries. They said they want to know. So I've got some data here in the Ministry of Mines, and give it to them. Now, where it takes us to, we have, I've given you the contents. And then this is requirement for corporate sustainability reports up to 37% companies on America. 500 index in 2011 and then 58% now in carbon emission. I don't know whether we do it here in Nigeria. Then many standards, Global Reporting Initiative, Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, Task Force on Climate Change, related financial carbon disclosure, and I think we are going into green building. This is part of the whole team. Then, of course, when you are doing carbon, you have to do large construction, you have to be embedded, and then you have to use ICMS as a framework for carbon assessment. Now, there's a standard. In the issue of carbon assessment, I know I have one of the ladies who is an expert in carbon. I asked her, what about Nigeria? You have carried out research mostly in Europe, and probably in US and Canada. What about Africa and Nigeria? She now told me the only countries in Africa that have attempted the carbon issue is Egypt and South Africa. And she gave me an assignment. If Nigeria government can do that one, she's ready to come and help us. But that is, I discussed with the ICMS trustee. We'll see how God can help us in that area also. Then how to reduce carbon. Build nothing, explore nothing. If you want to reduce carbon. Build less, what happens? Then you have to use existing assets. Then build clever, you optimize. These are the taxonomy. You can get it there, and of ICMS carbon assessment, their taxonomy. I saw there's one doctor, I don't know, there's a prof who measured on the carbon emission. I think I follow one of his workshops some times ago. I don't know, he can be of valuable. This can help him through also to do that one and to help us. Carbon assessment, these are still there, you just go. Then concluding remarks. ICM partners will help to lead market adoption. These are the partners of ICMS. These are the partners, ACOM, ACADIS, Arab, the global infrastructure, We have England Highway Infrastructure Projects, Global Infrastructure Finance and Housing Agency. These are partners. And European Union is there. Then international bodies. These are partners. World Bank, IMF, Economic Forum, G20 Infrastructure Hub, World and European Commission. They are partners. Government, USA, South Africa. You know, South Africa is also a partner. They are adopting it. And I pray Nigeria will also adopt it. I think out of the African region, South Africa is the only only country that has started, being a partner. Ghana is there, Nigeria is there, and other African countries. I believe with this, maybe we'll be able to have it. The major clients. What are the major clients of ICMS? Network Railway UK, Highways England, and other things. And it is this in Network UK that we're able to have, the differences, how to do that. Then, thank you. All right. So we have, these are the marketing, these are the people who market on, these are the for QSRP. Then the way forward, ICMA, they set the standard global for the whole world, the measurement and the reporting life cycle, providing assistance, and then of course the carbon emission, that's the second thing. Then QSRP proposal. These are proposal and to QSRP. BSM-4 suit to be revised to incorporate international construction measurement standard or cost measurement standard. Then NIQS QSRP proposal, they have to make a professional statement and do the national guidance. And how are they going to do that one? We have a BP, Bureau of Public Procurement. We have Council of Works, that's those bodies that make decision on works. So they need to have this one so that they can make, proposal, they can make this one marketable. So that we will not be taken behind because we are following. Then NIK, Unifying Professional International Regulation 21st Century Professional, like the way UK has done their own, and I think South Africa is following suit, and Malaysia, Canada, of course, USA, they are there, because AACI, they are there, and they are part and parcel of some of these things that are done. So, then, the feature 5, this is a recommendation. Accelerate adoption with NGOs and government. Make nationally relevant, embrace full life cycle approach, integrate into digital construction, gather, share, enable data. And the issue of full life cycle, when I was participating, I didn't have much idea, so I met my lecturer, Professor McAfee. He gave me so many things and led me to some books and gave me materials because, then he lectures me and I did my master's under him. And so this thing helped me. Then, of course, if you're able to do that one, the next thing is wow. I don't know what's happening there. Please, can you go to the last slide for me? Now, no, last slide before this one. Yeah. If you want to get ICMS 1, ICMS 2, and ICMS 3, you go to this website, www.icms/coalition.org. You get it there, you get the documents there, you can download it and put it in your, then the next is thank you. Last slide.
Can we please appreciate him more with our applause? Mr. President will say one or two things in addition to what QS Royal Fatherson has said. Mr. President, sir.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Actually, Roy has explained clearly the issues of the ICMS. Maybe what I will add is that as trustees of the ICMS worldwide, we meet every first Thursday of the month. And our last meeting was last Thursday. We interrogate most of these issues and the challenges. Actually, that's how things like the carbon emission and so on come in. And right now we are reviewing the possibility of either dismantling or adjusting the role of the Standard Setting Committee, of which Ruya has been a member. The only thing I wanted to elaborate was that when, after serving the trustees for some time, I was wishing to leave. I was made to understand that if I leave, it's not likely that Nigeria will still occupy the seat as a trustee. Because I think the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors, together with the Ghanaian now and South Africa, are actually representing Africa. There are other countries in Africa like Kenya, like Uganda, that are now joined. And if we leave, it might not necessarily be Nigeria again. And for the Standard Setting Committee, I think it's the expertise of the persons that was considered. And that is why when Ruya came in, and I would like to say here that the contribution of Ruya was acknowledged when we met in the UK, when the trustees met in UK, a joint meeting between the trustees and the Standard Setting Committee. And when we are marketing to the UAE, to the international companies, they singled out Ruya and really acknowledged his contribution, and we're very proud of that. And truly, and I think with that happening, I think Nigeria should know that our standard is still very high. Our contribution to these bodies are well acknowledged, and I'm glad. But what I will add is that the ICMS is not a conservation document alone, it's a construction industry document. And I think the next step for us here in Nigeria is to try and make an inroad of the document into the whole country's construction system. There is a slight resistance. There was time the Nigerian Society of Engineers, or COREN, was having their activity, and Ruya was invited to come and make a presentation. Of course, there was a lot of conversation after he left, but we are still moving in. And we're also intimating the Bureau of Public Procurement to see how we can adopt or internalize the adoption of ICMS. Our BSMM4R is quite in conformity, like you said, about 90%. Maybe just a slight addition about the carbon emission and so on that we need to add. But I think in terms of the technical presentation, what Ruya has given us is exactly the position of the ICMS. With global changes, and especially on our major topics today, you realize that the whole world is now running into one template for offering goods and services. And for that, the ICMS will play a role. And so we must key in to the ICMS arrangement and ensure that our documents, our measurement documents are in conformity with international standard. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, for that capping. Today is the official opening ceremony of the 2022 Annual Assembly for Quantity Surveyors, and by that I will call on the names of the dignitaries to please come and occupy the front seats. The Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, ably represented by Mr. Kwemi Samuel. Can you please come to the front, sir? The President of the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board of Nigeria, Mala Murtala Aliu. Can you please come forward, sir? The President of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, Mr. Michael Shonubi. We have in our midst some special guests. We have Mrs. Lydia Shaibu, a representative. We have Mr. Clement Dung. He is of the Town Planners Registration Council of Nigeria. Is he here, sir? We have the Deputy Registrar, Estate Surveyors Valuation, Estate Surveyor Janet Shehu. Malam Hayatuddin Atiku Awal, Managing Director, CEO, FHA Mortgage Bank Limited. We shall be taking the national anthem to officially open this gathering. Control, please. Let us remain standing for the opening prayer. It's the second stanza of the national anthem. Help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Amen. Please, I would like to invite past presidents of the NIQS and the board to please come forward also. Forward, sir. Occasion, inform the public that QSR. I think we should applaud the QSRB. We should also recognize the hard work that has been put in by the past presidents, one of whom is here in the person of Malam Hussein Diko. You are welcome, sir. So wonderfully regulating the practice of the context of a profession, and ensuring that this profession is recognized and is given its due in the public space. If you are Nalaya Emily Okuru,
past president of the board and NIQS, Aranduko, our distinguished invited guests, DG and TA represented, and all our invited special guests here. I want to welcome you to the annual assembly, which is also marking the 35th year of the board. The Quantity Surveyors Registration Board is put together to regulate the practice of quantity surveying in all its aspects and ramifications in Nigeria. And so it's our duty to continuously interrogate the profession and benchmark it against other professions and what's happening globally to be able to move the profession forward. The NIQS is doing a lot, training our membership to move up the scale. But I think the board will also need to be the guiding light to say this way or that way. We are in a world faced with some considerable challenge. Various levels of revolution, starting from agricultural revolution to industrial revolution to what we call now the digital revolution, has brought humanity into a lot of challenges, both in terms of comfort and disasters. The humanity is now faced with existential threats, and being members of the community, we have to just make sure that we'll do our best to contribute not only the survival of humanity, but the comfort. Construction industry is a major player. You could see from the analysis given on the ICMS, we are now talking about an expenditure of over 12-point-something trillion US dollars annually. Now this is a captured figure. Now if you go into the uncaptured one, you find that we are spending a lot more than 12-point-something trillion. And so we're going to play a vital role in the survival of humanity, or we will be part of the sinking ship. Combination of two things: artificial intelligence and biotechnology has brought humanity face to face with challenges that were known before 50 years ago. Works have been taken over by automation and robots. So every skill is being challenged. I'm talking about every skill, starting from media to medical practice, to engineering, to even legal practice, because conflicts have been redefined. So as quantity surveyors, considering the situation we are in now, what is the fate of our profession? If we continue practicing the way we are practicing today, are we going to survive as quantity surveyors, or are we going to survive as something else? If we continue practicing the way we are practicing, would society need us or not at all? Because our job is being taken over by something else. So what aspect of our job can we cede to robots and automation? And what aspect of our jobs do we retain, emphasize, modify, and make sure that we take the lead among humanity? And that's what brought us to the issue of shaping the profession of conserving and its future. So I want to welcome you all. The experts on this will come and give us a talk on what they have thought through. And what we are going to hear today is not just the presentation, but it's going to instigate us to interrogate. And I just keep saying, interrogate our role to the society as conservators, our role in the construction industry, and our role to ourselves to survive as businesses or as whatever it is. And as for the academics also, if we keep teaching in the classrooms what we were taught 50 years, 40 years ago, I'm sure that we'll have to rethink. So there should be collaboration, continuous collaboration between the industry and the classroom, between conserving and other stakeholders in the construction industry, between the conservators and the whole of humanity. When we're talking about carbon emission, currently we set up the Green Building Council of Nigeria, of which I'm also a trustee, an incorporated trustee. And I think that roles that will emerge in our profession are things that we should concentrate on. And I'm glad the DG of the QS Academy is constantly here, and I'm sure that we will have to have a small team that will keep challenging all aspects of our profession and see how we will now move to the future. Honorable Minister, distinguished special invitees and guests, and our guest speakers who will come up and talk to us later, I want to sincerely welcome you and also wish you a nice, fulfilled day. Thank you very much.
Invite Professor Enoch Oyedele of ABU Zaria to the front seat, if he's around. Professor Enoch Oyedele, please. You're welcome, sir. We'll take we shall be taking goodwill messages, but before I call on the people that will be doing that, permit me to invite the president of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors to give us his goodwill message. Mr. President, sir, can we please give him a round of applause? They are the people training us before we come to the board. So they are the custodians of the training. Mr. President, you are welcome, sir.
The Honorable Minister for the Works and Housing, ably represented by our own QS Timitope Bimi. The President of the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board of Nigeria, QS Murtala Aliyu, past President of the board and past President of the NIQS, QS Hussein Deku, the Vice President of the board, my brother QS Onaru, invited guests, fellows of the NIQS, members of the National Executive Council, both present and past, here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Executive Council and the entire membership of the NIQS, we want to felicitate with the board on this occasion of the 35th anniversary of the founding of the board. Yes, we know that the act, well then it was a decree that set up the QSRBN, was done in 1986. But to the glory of board, the board is still standing and standing strong. And we must commend the previous board, as particularly this board, for what they have been doing to reposition the board. I recall at the outset, when we had the board, the only thing you do, you go to the Niger House on Broad Street in Lagos. You pay to register and then pay some token. Then later on, the board started introducing some conferences and talk shop. But this new board came up with this idea of the assembly. I know that we have not fully taken full advantage of this assembly, because I believe the purpose of this assembly is for us to discuss our profession. What are those things that we should do? I recall that yesterday the president presented the outlook or what the board should do and what they have been doing. And I had expected that there will be a lot of questions that will be asked. There will be a lot of suggestions as to how to reposition the board. But I don't know, I don't want to say this, but part of the problem that I think we face as quantity surveyors is that it seems as if most of us are still very timid. And when you are talking about shaping the future of the quantity surveying profession, we need to shape that. The era that we think that for us to get a job, we need to go to an architect. I think we need to shape that. We need to begin to create jobs for ourselves. Just like it is said nowadays that, you know, the era when people carry their certificate and CV to go and look for a job is over. You have to create opportunities for yourself. Let's bring that into our own profession. Shaping the future. Yes, the president has talked about the technology aspects. But there are so many aspects as far as I am concerned that I think we need to begin to look at. Some of our jobs, or the jobs that we ought to be doing, are being done by accountants. When you talk about major big ticket projects, the reports, the financial reports is done and put together by the financial advisory firms. Maybe not even using quantity surveyors. So how do we begin to do that? How can we position ourselves to begin to do that? The era of a one man knows it all, I think is also, because we are talking about shaping the future, I think we need to begin to look at that also. There are still a lot of people that believe as a quantity surveyor, you must measure, you must do MEP, you must do civil engineering and all of that. I think that era is over. The other day I was reading the aspects of quantity surveying by Dr. Cartilage, and I was shocked to realize that the big firms, big quantity surveying firms in the UK that were even quoted on their second tier stock exchange were bought over by large civil engineering consulting firms. And what that tells me is that the future for all of us in this profession remains collaboration. Are we ready for that? We talk about BIM. BIM is about collaboration. But we need to open our minds. We need to begin to look at how can we begin. If we talk about collaboration, fortunately for us, our skill set has given us the edge in terms of management, even within the measure of collaboration. So I want us also to begin to interrogate all that issues. And I hope that at this end of this deliberation, all of us will walk away with how do we reshape ourselves, how do we reshape our farms, how do we reshape the way we practice. Thank you all for listening. God bless you.
About shaping the future of the quantity surveying profession. I would like to call on one of our past presidents in the person of Malam Hussein Diko to give us his goodwill message. Mr. President, sir, can we please give him a round of applause?
The Honorable Minister, heavily represented, the President of QSRBN, board members, President, Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, and the past presidents, other invited dignitaries present. The NIQS president before me has already hit the nail on the head. There is little to add. Only to bring me in memory lane, the Quantity Surveyors Annual Assembly. There are very, very good reasons why we developed and started this assembly. It's still very much work in progress. We have had a lot of achievements over the last few years, but we are still not even there to the level that we envisaged when we started this assembly. The assembly, as the name suggests, is to give us an opportunity to bring in all aspects of quantity surveyors under one roof so that we can address our problems together. One of the most important aspects of the assembly is actually to bring the academia so that they can support the profession. There has been so much disconnect in the past. You know, the academia is just thinking of what they need to do to produce quantity surveyors and give them certificates and so on like that. But we realize that there will be one of our biggest resource as a profession. We have to make that tripod to work. The academia, the industry, those in professional practice, and most important, this new development that the president of the QSRBN has just analyzed that is completely new. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in a situation whereby we won't have any service to offer to the needs of the economy. So we have to give kudos to the board in its current thinking, but even encourage them to do a lot more. Most importantly, to make sure that we use the resources that we have to clear the path for us to follow, and also challenge the academia, because they also have this kind of hands-off approach. You have to find solutions to real problems, and the solutions are where, we can find them. Principally is the academia to develop the resources that we need so that it can be useful to the industry, various aspects of the quantity surveying services, from offering those in construction services to produce goods and services, to those that are in public service, and so on and so on like that. All that integration is the linchpin for assembly. We are at the right track, as far as I believe, because I believe that we're amongst our peers in the construction industry, we're the profession that took this aspect most seriously. So out of this, there will be a lot that needed to happen. Now, we are talking at the upper end of the spectrum, but there is also a lot of other things that need to be done at the lower end of the spectrum to create job opportunities, particularly for the multitude of our members, thousands of which we registered only yesterday. Recently, the NIQS also did a program that tried to create opportunities within the informal sector. That one is a very, very fundamental thing, and kudos to NIQS for doing that. But again, that one must not be a one-off thing. We should be constantly updating what we need, because at the end of the day, our survival depends on creating opportunities for our members to benefit. Lastly, I want to congratulate the two members, Mr. Ruya and Mr. President, on the International Construction Standards Measurement. This is very, very fundamental. There is a big changes that is taking place worldwide, and is a perfect opportunity to place us as quantity surveyors to take these opportunities. Once again, most of these new opportunities are areas that no one profession can claim monopoly over. The person with the knowledge and the training will be the ones that will prevail. In that competition, we want to make sure that quantity surveyors have a head start in that industry, and we will be in a position to do much more and to be much more competitive, so that it's our technical proficiency that will talk for us and give us the opportunities. If we don't, other professions will fill that void. Even associated professions like accounting and the legal end will fill that void by just getting the people with the technical know-how and provide that particular service. So once again, congratulations to the board, but please pay a lot of attention with the assembly so that the founding reasons should be improved. We have taken care of some aspects, but there are still a few more aspects that we need to integrate for future assemblies so that we will be where we hope to be. Thank you. God bless.
For that remark, while the of the NIQS walked in, QS Kenezekwe, can you please come to the front, sir? Thank you very much. You know, they say if you don't tell your story, nobody will tell it for you. This program is on page 8 of today's Daily Trust newspaper. For those who have a copy, you can just go through it and make yourself abreast with the information there. The Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors celebrated its 50th anniversary, I think 2 years back or thereabout. And there's a history book of the institute that was written. And the person who collated that history is with us here. He's in person of Professor Enoch Oyedele. Can we please give him a round of applause? He has one or two things to tell us in his goodwill message. You're welcome, sir.
On the existing protocol, only to add that we are all welcome to this conference, and we believe that it will bear fruit even as we go through this last day of the conference. As you have been told, I'm not a quantity surveyor, but I've been privileged to put together the history of quantity surveying in Nigeria, focusing on what the Institute has done. I was also, I'm privileged too, that one of my children read quantity surveying. She's about rounding up her PhD in University of Ife. I want to just say that I have related with several professions in this country, but I was encouraged by the sense of history that quantity surveyors have, and I think it will go a long way in helping the profession. The book that we wrote, the last chapter of the book, the title is The Future of Quantity Surveying Profession in Nigeria. And we interviewed several quantity surveyors. We read so many things about quantity surveying profession. And we tried to suggest a number of things that the profession can do. Even with the changing times, their sense of history made them, that is quantity surveyors, to put together their history when they were 50 years. And we are thinking now of beyond the golden glories of the profession. That's what this conference is all about. I like what the president of QSRBN said, and it's part of what we reflected in the book, that we are living in rapidly changing times. In fact, in that last chapter, we quoted J.F. Kennedy, who said, change is the law of life. And those who look only to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. So as we look at the past, look at the present, we should also be looking at the past. So I'm very impressed that this conference is looking at the future of the profession. Please, we should look at that chapter. Those of us who have the book, we have proffered some suggestions for the profession. Like the president said, robotics, automation is now the order of the day. Some countries have gone far ahead. I was in South Africa, and they've gone very far in automation and robotics. And how do we, as quantity surveyors, relate to these changing times? I think that's the challenge before us. The president of NIQS just spoke to us that we need to also be looking at our partnership with other professions in the build industry. I want to say that I think, and I think somebody said it, the NIQS are far ahead of others. My worry from all that I have done is that, is legislation helping your profession? How are we relating to the legislation? Are we enforcing what legislation has done for quantity surveying in Nigeria? I think a lot needs to be done along those lines. I'm not too happy how the law on the regulation and so on of the profession is being enforced. I think this conference should look at some of those things. I wish us a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
That admonition. The essence of this assembly, in addition to just the essence of this assembly is to discuss and rub minds. And this year's assembly has streamlined the papers to just 2 to enable us finish in time and have a discussion amongst ourselves. Issues are being raised, conversations are going on, and if we don't tell our story, nobody will tell it for us. A lot of times we have been misunderstood for land surveyors, for estate surveyors, and like that. If we don't tell our story, and if we don't use this collaboration with the media, I don't see anybody telling our story for us. On that note, I would like to invite the DG of NTA, who is represented here by Mrs. Lydia Shuaibu, to give us the goodwill message from the NTA. Can we put our hands together for her, please?
Works and Housing, the President, QSRBN, every other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome. And a very good afternoon to you all. A lot have been said here, and I want to bring you back memory lane a little bit. Like the other speakers have said, this institution is a very, very, very important institution to this country. The first speaker who, put us through the first lecture has said a lot, and I don't want this institution to miss out on these issues. Very, very important issues he has raised. And in this regard, I want to let the institution know that NTA is willing to collaborate with you in the aspect of publicity. NTA has the reach, both internationally and locally, and we are ready to collaborate with you in this regard. It has also another subsidiary. It's called the NTA Property and Investment Company. And we have covered a lot of your programs in the past, but this particular shaping the future of the quantity surveying profession has really opened my eyes, to a lot of things that we can do together. Let us spread the news. Let us make the world understand the importance of this institution. The first speaker has said it, we have been recognized already, but we want to push forward. I want the President to please take this collaboration very serious. I will tell the DG of the NTA that we need to showcase, give you a very good spotlight in terms of maybe having a time limit for you on NTA where you can come up and tell the public about this very, very important journey. I won't want to say much other than to thank the management and tell you that congratulations on this program. It's a well-packaged program, and I know you will do more with NTA. Thank you very much.
I think she deserves a more resounding round of applause. You see, our story is beginning to make the rounds. And with NTA, like she said, you cannot beat the rich. Thank you very much, ma, for that wonderful and inspiring remark. We have in our midst also the representative of Town Planners Registration Council of Nigeria, the person of Mr. Clement Dung, whom I know has a goodwill message for us too. Mr. Dung, you are welcome, sir. Can we please give him a round of applause?
Works and Housing, the President, QSRBM, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of all relevant professional regulatory bodies to felicitate with you, tender our support and also solidarity on this occasion of the annual assembly. I am pleased with the theme of today's celebration, which is shaping the future of quantity surveying profession. As we all know, the profession is faced with so many problems, so many challenges, which Mr. President has enumerated. Equally important is the enlightenment aspect, because before you shape or before you move to say what you want to do, you must be able to let people know what you do, which I think by the grace of God, since NTA is here, they will help in that regard. Also, speaking from the built environment point of view, we know that we are also having challenges within the built environment. Some of these challenges are lack of coordination or synergy between the relevant profession within the built environment. And we know that the built environment is an area of collaborative and multidisciplinary professions. So we have to synergize in order to achieve our purpose. Furthermore, we know that an assembly of this nature is a place where we brainstorm on so many issues, which by the grace of God also will lead us to success in this assembly. On a final note, I would like to admonish the federal government to also continue the support of all relevant professions in the built environment. Furthermore, I also wish that the state and local government, where the theater of operation of our profession is based, should also domicile the relevant laws, more especially the National Housing or the National Building Code within their state. To the general public, we also urge you to patronize professionals in all your endeavors. And to my fellow professional colleagues, it is expected that we play according to the rule and we synergize within ourselves, as our work is a teamwork. As we celebrate today, once more, accept our congratulations from all relevant professional bodies. Thank you.
Vice President of the NIQS is in our midst. Sir, can you take your seat on the front row? QS Mafidimo. Can we give him a round of applause, please? We shall be taking a goodwill message from one of our past presidents. He will be giving his goodwill message on behalf of all past presidents of the NIQS. So we shall be linking up with Mr. AJ Alufohai, PPNIQS, for his goodwill message. Control. The representative of the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Raji Fashola, ably represented by our own Mr. Wemi Samuel, QS Wemi Samuel, is the Director in the Ministry of Works and Housing. He will give us the Minister's goodwill message. You're welcome, sir. Can we please give him a round of applause?
The President, QSRBN, QS Britalandi, the President NIQS, QS Sunubi, past President NIQS and QS RBN in the House, Vice President QS RBN, QS Austin Onaru, Deputy President NIQS, Kenneth Ezekwe, the board members, my esteemed boss, Dixon Onoja, the representative of the DG of NTA, the dignitaries in the House, or the resource persons, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by apologizing on behalf of the Honorable Minister for his inability to be here in our midst. In fact, it has been concluded I will be here today. But it was late in the night, a call was made to me that due to national pressing assignment, he will not be able to come, that I should come and stand in for him. And if the apology is accepted, I will go straight to his speech. I am privileged and honored to be invited as a special guest of honor to declare open the 2022 Annual Assembly of Registered Quantity Surveyors, an induction of newly registered quantity surveyors organized by the Quantity Surveyor Registration Board of Nigeria that is taking place here today. I want to commend the President and board members of QSRBN for your leadership toward the development of quantity survey profession in Nigeria. And I welcome you all to this great event. Permit me to highlight that the theme of this year's annual assembly, shaping the future of the quantity survey profession, was chosen to reposition your profession to address any new development and challenges that may arise in the near future. You will agree with me that the advancement in science and technology has reduced the man hours required to accomplish most of professional tasks and with a better output. It has also widened the pool where professionals can be sourced by prospective claims. Therefore, for your profession to be relevant in the near future, in a very competitive market, there must be continuous capacity building of all your members towards strengthening professionalism that is result-oriented for the growth of the construction industry and Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me inform this august occasion that as part of the developmental agenda of the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, to address housing need in Nigeria, the federal government inaugurated the Pragmatic National Housing Program, NHP, for the construction of acceptable and affordable houses nationwide. And the first phase
of the program commenced in year 2016, 31st Street and FCT, which have now increased to the third phase. The ministry, in promoting local content in line with Executive Orders number 3 and 5, ensure the use of only local building material in the program, and the production and use of these materials have stimulated the economy of the country tremendously. The first phase is now completed throughout the Federation with the exception of Lagos and River States, where land was not made available for the program. The portal was launched by the ministry in November 2021 to provide a platform that gives equal opportunity and eliminate physical contact for Nigerians all over the world to subscribe to the 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units in the semi-detached bungalows and condominium block of flats. At this juncture, I would like to assure the board of the QSRBN that the ministry will continue to cooperate and support your activities and every effort that will facilitate the performance of your statutory role to members and Nigerians at large. Let me once again congratulate the President and members of the Quantity Surveyor Registration Board of Nigeria for organizing this event. I enjoy you to remain resolute and continue to work for the development and interests of quantity surveyors in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore my honor and pleasure to declare open the 2022 Annual Assembly of Registered Quantity Surveyors and induction of newly registered quantity surveyors. And I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you all.
By Mr. Samuel Bemi. Please permit me to invite the President of the Board to present the Minister, Honorable Minister, with some souvenirs. Can we please applaud the President as he comes to the...
On behalf of the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board of Nigeria, this is a small token from the Minister's inscription of his name inscribed on it, and the board also. It's a leather works and puff in appreciation of the continuous support and encouragement that he gives the board. It's a token, and just like we appreciate him, we hope we will appreciate it. And it would have been considerable quantity of Pomo if it was not timed and made it, because I'm sure the other minister will find it interesting. Thank you very much.
Permit me to invite the Vice President of the Board, QS Austin Onaro, to do the vote of thanks. Mr. Vice President, sir. Can we please applaud him?
The Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, or His Excellency Mr. Babatunde Fashola, beg your pardon, the President of QSRBN, Presidents of NIQS, past presidents and fellows of the Institute here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My job here is to thank you all for coming to this assembly, 2022 assembly of quantity surveyors. We've had 2 fairly pleasant days. Today is continuing, but I'm sure it's going to be just as good as we had yesterday. May I formally thank the Minister for who's been ably represented here by one of our own, Pemi, for gracing this occasion. We've heard your message. I would add, perhaps on behalf of the President, that maybe other methods of providing housing need to be explored. You can always have sites and services, and then let Nigerians build the houses to their needs, likes, tastes, whatever. May I take the opportunity also to thank all of the resource persons who are helping us to realize and to achieve the theme of this assembly, which is shaping the future of quantity surveying profession. Yesterday we had the pleasure of listening to a fantastic lady, Mrs. Esther Dolan. I'm glad she's here again with us and that she can hear in person our thanks for great delivery. Today we have heard our own Ria as well. Ria, thank you for all of the things you're doing for the quantity surveying profession and for your representation at the international level. I am sure that Olagaruba is going to do us all very proud, as he has always done. I want to thank the president of NIQS for the support that we continue to get from everyone who occupies that position. But Yemi has been particularly eloquent and punchy in his messages at this function. Same thing goes for our past president, Husseini Diko. Husseini continues to be one of the greatest supports that we also have at the QSRBN. Husseini drew our attention to, together with Yemi, to some of the technical issues that we need to face for the future. We talk so much about BIM, and we talk about it as if it's something that quantity surveyors alone can do. Firstly, across the world, BIM has been government-driven. So I'm glad that the very high official NTA is here. Until government begins to say, this is how we're going with BIM, and directs all of the professional bodies to take it up. Quantity surveyors can have all the skill and knowledge of BIM, but they will require collaboration and synergy with everybody involved with the project delivery process to enforce and implement BIM. I want to thank once again on behalf of the board Past President Ajanda Koko for the contribution he made yesterday, and with him all the goodwill, all the gentlemen and ladies who have delivered good messages to us. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for coming. function has been, to a large extent, for you. Now that you all fully, yesterday, that goes with the way that you market yourself and the way that you, fellow members of the profession. You cannot, for instance, take out against ethics of the profession. On the really, the way that you use your skills being present on making this occasion particularly enjoyable for all of us.
To present some souvenirs to the following institute, the 50th anniversary of the institute, and the following people. The DG of the NTA will be receiving a souvenir. So, Mr. President, sir, can you please do me the honor of presenting the DG of the NTA with a souvenir? Can we please give the President a round of applause?
Library of the NTA, and then I think maybe the office of the DG, so that at least you have an idea our journey so far. And then on behalf of the Foreign Service Registration Board of Nigeria, we want to sincerely thank you, and we hope you will know more about us as we come to collaborate. Thank you very much. Well, similarly to the FHA, being collaborating and we collaborate more, but we also have an idea of our journey so far and in connection to where we're heading. Thank you very much.
Mutala Aliu is my name. I'm the president of the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board of Nigeria. I'm also a former president of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. Well, the message for Quantity Surveyors is that the message for Quantity Surveyors is that every profession is facing a challenge caused by the interruption of technology and other futuristic issues, and Quantity Surveyors are not going to be left behind. So what is important is to move ahead and ensure that whatever it is that we're doing, we are in sync with the future. Future being with artificial intelligence now, robotics, and biotechnology. Human demands are changing. Humans' requirements, humans' habitat, carbon emission, and so on are all defining the space. And every profession must wake up to that. Even the media is being challenged. So we are now calling our attention to the attention of our colleagues to wake up to this challenge.
This is to draw the attention of all our members that the QSRBN portal is on and running.
Yes.
And is available on Google Play Store. Please, you should download the app for information.
Consumption pattern has changed, and because consumption pattern has changed, delivery of services also has changed. Ownership is being replaced by utilitarianism. Instead of people owning houses now, they want to rent. Instead of people owning cars, they want to use Ubers or Bolt or whatever, and so on. So the character of consumption is also changing. So I think at the end of the day, everybody must key into that and realize the situation in the future and ensure that you cope, or rather we cope with new ongoing challenges.
So in every profession we have one.
Yes,
what are you doing to?
Yes, we have a monitoring and enforcement. We have a monitoring and enforcement committee that is monitoring trucks for parking, and we are already. Right now, we have already appointed 2 sets to the disciplinary committee. We're going to do more.
See, the building collapse.
But I'm not going to talk about the building collapse. Everybody's talking about the collapse. Let's talk about the futuristic things. The measures have been taken and so on. Every time you meet the media, they ask you about the building collapse.
Because that's the trend.
Yes, because
it's a concern to Nigeria that it's killing people. These are people, they are professionals.
We have answered that. The use of professionals appropriately, the use of regulatory authorities, the use of compliance authorities, the development controls, and the use of appropriate materials. These are the things. For as long as we don't do that, we're going to continue to suffer from this kind of infractions. Because I always say to the media, when you interrogate on building collapse and you have written answers, you build on the answers and ask more questions. But when you come and you ask building collapse and you say, okay, building collapse, what I'm thinking is that we have answered these questions before. You can now ask other questions.
But are they not still happening? Is this issue not still?
For the rest of humanity, as long as the right things are not done, building collapse will continue. I think there should be a legislation on where people sanctioned under such kind of condition should pay heavily. Okay? Should rather go to jail or be hanged or whatever. But there must be a consequence. In any society where there is no consequence for infractions, for actions wrongly done, they will continue to happen. And that's what I'm saying. So, when we want to talk about building collapse, and we tell you that, look, the fault is from material, the fault is from design, or the fault is from a lack of use of the correct professionals, or from the compliance institutions that are not putting their eyes, Center of Organization of Nigeria, development control, and so on. These are things that now we can interrogate further. What should the Organization of Nigeria do? What should development control do? And so on. When you're working in the cities, you find buildings, you will see writings, stop work. When you come there 2 days after, you find work is going on. What has happened?
At your end, what have you done?
What have we done? Yeah. We as quantity surveyors, we are cost advisors, we're cost managers. But as part of a team, anytime we sit down, we always push this suggestion. And look, this and this are things you should do. Beyond that, most of the problem is from the structural and the contractors.
As a board, do you consider sponsoring the private vehicle to address all this?
No, I think it's a construction industry bill. It's not just concerns. Generally, I think it's a concern. There have been committees put together, building collapse committees. I think there are some in Lagos, there are some in Abuja, and they are pushing that frontier. And all professionals, we inclusive, are part of that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Are you ready, Moka?
Yes, sure.
And like we did yesterday, the and all other persons. Please listen to draw your attention to the portal of the QSRB. It is up
to the third session, and I know we just had a little break, so let's try and do something to warm us up a bit. So can we all rise? Can we all stand up, please? Let's stand up, please. Let's stand up. Stand up. Good. I can see the president already exercising already. He knows what I want to do, right? So we'll follow the president's lead, his style, right? And because of his attire, the mode of exercising is going to be this way. Watch me. You go like this, then you come like this. Your hand, like this. Good. Then like this, Mr. President. Mr. President. Can you see Mr. President? Then do the next one. 1,500. Again. 1,500. A round of applause for yourselves. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bolaji Shotunde, and I will be leading us through the next set of activities for today. And I do hope that we've all gained measurably in terms of knowledge and understanding. Recall that we had started yesterday with ethics. Today we've had the opening ceremony, and we've also had a presentation on ICMS, right? So very quickly, we're going to go into our third session today, and we're going to be looking at, of course, still under the theme of shaping the future of quantity surveying. we are going to be looking at the journey so far and expectations. The journey so far and expectations. With great delight, please join me with a round of applause as I welcome upstage for his presentation, QS Olagaruba Olumuyiwa for his presentation. Please a round of applause for the QS as it comes up.
Members of the board, they are yet to be here. There were past presidents and fellows and all here in some minutes in the past sessions. I'm sure they'll come in. The fellows of the institute, my colleagues, and of course the 2022 inductees for whom this program is, as it were, organized. I'm here to look at shaping the future of quantity surveying profession, starting with the journey so far, and then expectations, looking at the future of the profession. I think the bit that I like the most here is the idea of a historical perspective. Because when you're talking of the future is actually here with us, and everybody is already speaking to it. The things shaping the future are very much with us. There are those which are in the realms of expectations, and there are those which, like in the last 3 years, when Corona came and lockdown came and all that, nobody, of course, would have predicted the kind of changes that the world witnessed. But beyond that, the times have given primacy to things like technology. So the issue of those things that are driving change are very much with us, and everybody is speaking to it. If you listen to the representative of the minister today, he was alluding to the fear that technology is going to make the quantity surveyor extinct. He talked about the widening pool of those who will carry out functions in the future. And maybe the elephant in the room there, what is not said, is the idea that perhaps we won't need quantity surveyors to do the things which we have done in the past. And I think the whole area of BIM, information technology, the digitization of data has meant that somebody can sit on his computer, since data is now digitized, can do anything he wants to do with it. So, Diaro, starting with my paper, I want to do an introduction. Mr. Slide, please, can you put up the slide on the introduction? The introduction. Yeah. Now this is very catchy. I'm sure those people who are still sitting exams are still in school. Duncan Cartledge will be very familiar. It's a familiar name to them. And he quoted in his last edition that phrase that the quantity surveyor is dead. However, the good news, long live the new quantity surveyor, who is a master of the process, indispensable in the delivery of high-value capital assets, to time, to cost, with guaranteed life cycle costs, and ticking every box when it comes to sustainability. So what's going on is the idea that one type of quantity surveyor is certainly dead. And I think the reason why the QSRB and everybody who is concerned is organizing all this
is to speak to the arrival of the new quantity surveyor. So class of 2022, the idea is that we are at the cusp of history. We are at a juncture where the times are calling for a new quantity surveyor. Do you know, like I said, I'll be wanting to spend more time, on the journey of history. Because look, when we're talking about where we're going, I think there's a good deal of consensus. But I think there's a generation here that did not live through the old times. They didn't understand what, who a quantity surveyor was. I tell you, quantity surveyors jammed with the big boys of the economy, both in the political sectors and every sphere of the economy, whether in Nigeria or whatever, in our time. Life was good for us. We were the darling of society. Construction boomed. However, what have we seen? From all that boom, we've suddenly become a profession that is in a relentless search for identity. Suddenly, we're no longer just quantity surveyors. We call ourselves building economists. We call ourselves construction economists. We call ourselves construction consultants. Some people are brave enough to say, no, we're now cost engineers. And the question, gentlemen, is, look, what's going on? What's happening? Engineers are engineers, architects are architects. What are these people today? When they give you a card, they say they are quantity surveyors. Next time they give you a card, they say, no, but I'm a building economist, I'm a construction economist, I'm a cost engineer. The question, gentlemen, what's happening? Before going further, to explain in the journey why we are having to constantly renew and reinvent ourselves, I'd like to do some conceptual clarifications. I'm speaking now, I'm conscious of my audience. People who, in the eyes of the law, you are a quantity surveyor. NIQS has certified you as quantity surveyors. In the eyes of the law, you are now quantity surveyors. I'm saying that you need to have some conceptual clarifications about the terms you use to describe yourself. I wish it was an interactive section. I'd actually like to hear the idea of what's the difference between building and construction. And I'll answer the question to myself. When you talk of building, what you're doing, you are speaking to a method of classification, identifying the products of a labor process. So you have the car industry, they do cars. You have the textile industries, they deal with textiles, they're dealing with the products. So a building is something that accommodates, provides accommodation, houses processes where people are engaged upon. Construction, however, speaks to a labor process. When you talk of a labor process, you're looking at a particular aspect of production and you're speaking to the kind of labor, the material they use, the equipment they use, and the interrelationship between all this. So when you say construction, you're not limiting yourself to buildings. We construct buildings. So just know that, please, when you say building, you are talking of a subset of the products of construction, and this subset houses people. Maybe the people could be living there, the people could be working there, the people could be carrying out some manufacturing processes. Then again, there's that whole realm where we speak of the economics of construction. And it is a pity that many people don't really understand what we speak to when we say economics of construction. Here, we're looking at the economy as a whole and construction as a subset of it. And here you will talk of the manufacturing sector, the construction sector, the oil and gas sector, and so on, so on, and so forth. And the issue is that construction delivers one of the highest capital value assets to the citizens. In your life, one of the biggest assets you will acquire is a house. If you talk about the income of the household, majority of it goes to acquire the house. In terms of the relationship between labor and capital, construction is one of the most labor-intensive activities in the economy. That is why construction is very important, and that is why the economics of construction is important. I make a distinction to quantity surveyors to understand the difference when they speak about building economics. In building economics, what we are trying to do is to optimize inputs in a building. In economics of construction, however, you're looking at how construction relates to the wider economy to deliver the goods, the products of its trade to the citizenry. So, moving on from the whole issue of conceptual clarifications and the whole idea of our search for identity. Why are we running around calling ourselves this today, calling ourselves that tomorrow? I'm going to go into the realm of why the changes, or put it this way, the changes that, as it were, are driving this search for identity. Change has come from many sectors, but I think the biggest, of course, has always been the economy. So we have a scenario whereby it is innate in capitalist production, in the economy, that there will be busts and booms. And when there are busts, what happens? Everybody loses their employment, capitals disappear, people are forced to go and do new things. Then, of course, you have the client-led initiatives, the idea that those who buy your products will lead you to change. There are things happening within your industry. At the beginning, we've been told about the pace of change coming from technology beam and all that, how it's reshaping who quantity surveyors will be. And of course, the changes happening within the profession, things within us. So, above all, therefore, we move to the quantity surveyor today. Please move the slides, all right? We arrive at a situation where we are constantly having to rise to new challenges. We are constantly having to reinvent ourselves and move away, as it were, from the whole idea of capturing data from managing data. And of course, you see, our role in the past as people who capture data, who take off, quantities from drawings and so on, so on, and so forth. And the idea that, look, a computer can do that, we don't need you again. We're emerging from that into people who are mastering the management of data, from data capturer to data manager, and again, getting involved with activities outside the spheres, as it were, of construction, emerging into new markets and expanding geographically. Please, let's move on to the journey so far. Mr. Slightsman, the journey so far. Now there's a little quote there that, look, if you don't know where you are coming from, you probably don't know where you are, and you don't know where you are going. I have this little joke. There was a day I was somewhere, I took a bus. I traveled there. I didn't really know the relationship between where I was to other places. I took a bus. Incidentally, I didn't know where, until the bus actually went its route and brought me back to where I hopped onto the bus. Clearly, I didn't know where I was. And when I was coming back to where they picked me, I didn't know. So there's the idea that, look, if you don't know where you're coming from, most likely you don't know where you are, and you won't know where you're going. That is why the journey of history is important. And I ask you, this class of 22, to permit me to go into the origins of the quantity surveyor. Now, it is interesting because I'm going to tie my address to what our resource person told us yesterday about ethics. We're going to speak about the evolution of the labor process in construction. We're going to talk about how construction was measured and valued in the past, to how it led to the emergence of the quantity surveyor, because the architects had to remove themselves from the building process and leave the measurer, who then became a quantity surveyor. Now, please move the next slide. Next slide. So, in training, we heard about the olden day separate trades contract. And historically speaking, how did trades begin? Historically speaking, there's the idea that, look, man was a hunter-gatherer. From hunter-gatherer, the first civilization took place in Egypt. And where did man first live? Man first lived in the caves. And when there was no cave, what did he do? He tried to copy what he found in the cave and began to build. And to build, what happened? He used clay. He used... Thank you. Yes. Thank you. So how did it happen? Let's go on a historically speculative journey. So you have the hunter-gatherer. He was gathering until he settled in Egypt, first civilization. And where did they live? They lived in the caves. And when there was no cave, to try to build a house, what did he do? From the earth, he got his clay. From his animals, the dung, he fired the clay, got the bricks, and built something. From the wood, timber in the bush, the forest, he did his roof. Then, from the leaves, he covered it. Therefore, you had the role of the mason, who came from the person doing the bricks. You had the carpenter, who came from the person doing the timber. So, as such, therefore, the trade had a relationship with the natural material. And each of these people working here formed themselves into guilds. You have the master carpenter, you have the journeyman, then you have the laborer. All of them got together and regulated their trade. So if you wanted to build, therefore, you as the owner of the building will go and call the master carpenter, you call the master mason, and so on and so forth, and you organized it. Now, in their trade, the masters evolved. From the next stage of that, where you have the separate trades and the direct, today is like what you call the direct labor, where you as Mr. Client, you actually call your carpenter, call your mason, and so on and so forth. In that time, you have the master carpenter, master craftsman, who will engage with the client for the whole building, but contract independently with the other masters in the trade. Then you went on to find the builder who, instead of actually, getting into a contract with the client for the whole thing, he does that by entering into separate contracts with the other master craftsmen. And that led, at the end of the day, to the main contractor, who instead of contracting with master craftsmen, actually began to hire these people directly. And this ties to what you will see in the books you will read about project management. How project management evolved from the first era of direct labor, direct management, to a situation which reigned in the past, where the main contractor and the architect and the client form that hierarchy. Now let's go on. How we are leading to the arrival of the quantity surveyor. In this arrangement, where guilds control the trades. The guild had prices for their materials. The guild had prices for their labor. So when you want to do a building, you advance money to the guild, to the master carpenter or whoever, who will bring the materials, and when he finishes, a measurer will measure and value and pay him. Now, there's something I want to, not yet with, you know, I think you're missing the slide somewhere. Can you go to slide 11, please? Who was now hiring people directly, and payment was on a settlement by fair valuation based on measurements after completion of the works at prices certified as proper for the locality. So, but what happened? Typically, when you are paying somebody after you have built, it is natural that you will be shocked, because at the end of the day, what you thought you would spend is not what you will spend. As a result, therefore, there was the idea that, hey, gentlemen, before you start, let us know how much it will cost. Get the shift. The shift was from measuring when you finish to, hey, gentlemen, look, we can't have this. Let us know how much it will cost before you start. You can now begin to see how the quantity surveyor is emerging. After that, there was the idea that, hey, look, gentlemen, if these masters here say they will charge this, let us also go and ask other masters. The idea was to introduce competition into the system. If there was going to be competition into the system, we needed somebody neutral who, as it were, will tell us, one, how much it will cost at the beginning, two, do the measurement and valuation for whoever wins the project. Now, when competition started, mind you, it was still Mr. Architect in his office and the measurer who was doing this. When other builders got involved, they were the ones that pushed the idea that, hey, Mr. Architect, can you stay out of this? We cannot have a situation where you will leak these prices to those who are competing. We cannot have a situation where you are the one designing, and also we select the contract with the contractor and also do the valuation. And this led in 1834 to the idea of architects moving away from the system and forming themselves into the Society of Architects. And thereafter, once they did that, they left the quantity surveyor alone, as it were. So, okay, so that's it. The formation of RIBA in 1868 and the formalization of the roles of the architect, quantity surveyor, and clerk of the works in the building. Now, so when we are talking of the quantity surveyor, how he is born, and the role of ethics here, we find the idea that it began with measurements after the work is complete. Now, there was the discontinuation in 1828, where there was a big scandal in the construction of the Buckingham Palace and so on, where they said the price was too high. And the idea of, hey, gentlemen, look, let's know what it will cost before you start. Number two, let us have other people competing. In this case, you cannot hold the knife and hold the yam. Mr. Architect, go away. The builder said, no, there have to be a separation. I am focusing on this to tie with what we had yesterday about ethics, and to remind quantity surveyors that indeed our role did not come about like engineering did from the application of some engineering skill to their process. Our role was actually based on ethical issues in the labor process of construction. Now, that should never depart from us, that fundamentally we owe who we are today from the need to separate the architect from the labor process of construction, and that a neutral person with fidelity to the interest of the client shall be the one charged with measurement, with the cost management of construction projects. Now, let's go on. This is not working.
You should fit the screen. You should fit the screen.
Pardon?
Fit the screen with it.
Say again?
Fit the screen with it.
Oh, face the screen. Ah, thank you. I was trying to face it. Thank you very much. Now the changes. And I'm going to discuss the changes, describing why this journey we have taken. I'm going to discuss it in terms of changes in the economy, those forced on us by the client, how we are seeing in the industry, the imminence of change, the profession and the new client, expansion into new markets, information technology, wider societal issues like sustainability and so on and so forth. Now look, you need to understand this generation needs to understand how come, about their, those who came before them. Now we had the post-war boom. After the Second World War, what happened? The Allied forces won. There was the idea of creating a land fit for heroes. In America and Europe, there were massive programs to build new schools, new hospitals, and so on and so on and so forth. There was the Marshall Plan. If you go into development economics, you will hear of the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan was a massive economic recovery program after the Second World War, and construction played a massive role in it. It spurred a massive construction boom. And then again, if you remember, those of you who are into political history, in 1959, in the UK, Harold Macmillan, when he was campaigning, told the people in England that they'd never had it so good. Construction was booming. In Nigeria too, those of you who would remember, after OPEC, 1973, General Gowon said, our problem is not money. It is how to spend it. What did all these epochs in economic boom do? They spurred huge and massive construction program. Those were the days when quantity surveyors, architects, and so on, it was almost one huge construction site in the economy. Everybody lived big lives and so on and so forth. But of course, as usual, with every economic rise, there will be a decline. And once there's a decline, governments come together and say, gentlemen, we need to re-engineer our economy. And once that happens, construction never escapes construction. Okay, so there's a national reassessment for efficiency, value for money, and so on. And because of the place of construction in the economy, construction is always looked at closely. And the idea is that, look, the verdict, buildings in a high percentage of cases are over budget, they are over time, and littered with defects. Procurement was based on a system devoid of capability for contractors to contribute. You see, once you separate design from construction, it means that this thing we tell ourselves about buildability, the idea of contractors contributing to the product disappears because the process is separated. The forms of contract that promotes adversarial relationships. Do you know, because we were doing lowest tenderer, you tender low because you know that in the course of the project, the conditions of contract permits you to be paid for variation. There will be variations, there will be fluctuations, there will be so many things through which you will make your money back. So the idea is that it promoted adversarial relationships in the industry. Everybody, fighting themselves. Then procurement routes and documentation forms of contract leading to extra cost and so on and so forth. Now, we go to the client. It is, look, the public client, the government, has always traditionally been the biggest client of the industry. And because of that, in those clients where they actually sit down to take a look at their economy, we have a series of reports, as it were, which the government in the UK, for instance, they have come up with to look at the performance of the construction industry, because they realize the role of the construction industry in the economy. They use construction to reflate and deflate the economy. If you think there's big inflation, you stop construction. If you think there is depression, you ramp up in construction, and so on and so forth. So from up until 1964, we had the open tendering system. Then then after, from the Banwell report, we had the arrival of the selective tendering process. But of course, like we are saying, it got to a situation where even that, when you do your so-called selective tendering and people are still tendering at the lowest prices, there's the idea that the clients were not getting value for money. Okay, so in all those reports that we saw, the construction industry was always vilified as being inefficient, dysfunctional, and providing poor value for money. That's on the one hand, from the client side. Then let's look at perception within the industry. Class of 2022, I'm sorry to say that, look, in our time, I don't know how much it has changed now, but our colleagues in the industry always looked at us as inferior. We were perceived to add nothing to the construction process. You know, the architects, they pride themselves as those who design. You know, they are the designers. They invent things. They don't think we added too much to the construction process. And in any case, they always thought we failed to offer services, to the clients that were expected. So we've come to a situation where we began saying the role of the quantity surveyor emerged from the labor process in construction and the need to separate Mr. Architect from the process for ethical values, and the need to compete to get the best so-called lowest prices. But we see a situation where this has come to a head. Everybody said, no, that is not working. So we had a declaration that the arrangement that gave birth to the QS role in the procurement process has been flawed. And the idea that there will be clamor for changes, and these changes will make new rules for the quantity surveyor. Now, let's look at the profession itself. But this is BIM. How many people do you do Dropbox? Do you do Microsoft 365? Do you do Teams? Can I see hands? Teams, Microsoft 365. Great, thank you. What are these softwares? The idea is that either in the cloud or wherever, we have a repository where everybody pushes their data and we all go there to see it. That is what BIM is doing. BIM is putting the 3D here. Mr. Quantity Surveyor, you want to go there? Go and access it here. Architects, you have changed it here. Instanta, the moment the architect is changing it, Mr. Quantity Surveyor is saying it, electrical man is saying it. This, above all, apart from the fact that data is now digitized, apart from the fact that I can take off easily, that is the essence. Now, so that is the 3D level. At the 4D level, you overlay on it a program. What it means is that I can say, show me this building at 1 month. It will just show you where, based on that program, that building ought to have been, so you can begin to plan cash flow. Then the 5D BIM level is the one where we can actually put cost information. So to the windows, I put the cost. To the door, I put the cost. I measure the area. To the floor tiles, I have put the cost. That way, your cost information, the quantity surveyor, who is a master of the process. Thank you very much.
I wish I didn't have to stop, really. And please keep clapping for him. Very, very good. I wish we could continue. But as a speaker, I also... What's more? Yes, the future is here. So, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, what we are going to do, according to our program, of course, we're going to take the next paper, and immediately after that, then we can then engage and have questions and answers and make comments, right? There's a very important announcement. There's a document, a code of ethics, by the QSRB head. And the president of the board of us has approved that it's supposed to be for sale, But for all registered quantity surveyors that are here today, you are going to get a free copy of that document. Please clap if you want to clap. Clap if you want to clap. Thank you. So do that. However, you will, after the whole program, you probably just step out, write down your name so that they have your details. After this assembly, whoever wants it again will have to pay for it. For our inductees, a copy of that document will be included in your pack when you are giving your seal and everything. So clap once again for the board and thank you for that kind gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, from a wonderful paper to another wonderful paper presentation. We are talking about the human needs, how the human needs, technology and collaboration will shape the future of quantity surveying profession. How the human needs, technology and collaboration will shape the future of quantity surveyors. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome up here our very own QS Ayodele Fale for his paper presentation.
Thank you, QS Bolaji Sotude, the president of the QSRBN, the president of NIQS, members of the board, members of NEC, fellows in our midst, my colleagues, and the newly inducted registered quantity surveyors. I want to say congratulations to you. I remember in 2021, the president of the board called me. He asked me to come to his office. And he said, come in annual assembly, that he wants it to be driven largely by young quantity surveyors. And he requested that we should put our heads together and come up with possible teams for the assembly, which we did. And the board revised it, and part of the outcome of this, or outcome of our engagement, is what we have here today. Beyond that, I think late last year, the last quarter, he called me. He said, we are looking at 2 speakers this time, and he wants a young QS to be part of the speakers. So he gave us that assignment to recommend somebody. So we put our heads together. But my colleague said, hey, you should be the one to present. But I'm saying this to recognize the commitment of the board towards raising talents and towards encouraging the Young QS Forum. I want to appreciate you for that, Mr. President. And I want to say, it is equally now that the Young QS Forum needs the support of the board and that of NIQS more. And I know you're going to do that. To me, this seems like a setup, because you will possibly judge me by previous speakers, and it's a big one. I hope I will not disappoint. In Yoruba parlance, there is a saying that what a young man climbs the tree looking for, an old man will sit down on the ground and look at it. So, who am I to speak about the future of the profession? But I have a consolation in the scripture, the Holy Book. I've looked at Joel, chapter number 2, verse 28. It says that your daughter shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions. So maybe I have legitimacy to speak on this subject this afternoon. I will be speaking about how human needs, technology and collaboration will shape the future of the profession. And I want to commend the previous speaker for doing excellently well. He has made my job easier, so more likely I will skip some of my slides to avoid repetition. But I want to say the area of discussion is going to be a small background. Then I'm going to equally speak about drivers of projects on a global scale. We're going to look at drivers of change to the QS provision, then our response to it. Then I want to make a general comment. First, anytime I refer to institution, please take it to be NIQS or QSRBN. And in some instances, I will be specific when I'm referring to QSFM. Because I believe this is a family meeting, so some of what I'm going to speak to is going to be those that are directly under the domain of NIQS and some directly under the domain of the board. So, as part of the introduction, technology, like I've been said, geopolitics, government policy contribute to the dynamism in every market, and we are not excluded from that. And the recent coronavirus tests us how the world could be unstable or dynamic. Then the project we manage equally are uncertain. Organizations are equally uncertain. There's a projection by 2050, the global population will be around 10 billion. Then 30% of global waste comes from construction projects. Then you need to be aware, quantity surveyors actually operate in the midst of this turbulence. Then data is going to be part of the mega trend that shape our conversation. This year, the Project Management Institute in the United States, they annually publish what they call mega trend. And part of that mega trend for this year is actually data disruption, and it's going to shape part of what we do. I think there's no need for me to redefine this. It has been put in context, so there's no need for me to re-emphasize that. Definition by different scholars. Then basic services that QS firms offer, then the pulse of QS firms in Nigeria. It is clear many firms are thriving, but it is equally true that many are actually struggling financially. Many are not getting a role as a result of policy changes and the differences in our ecosystem. So I will talk about drivers of projects. Drivers of projects. Any profession is actually expected to situate what they do in the context of global problems. So these are the SDG goals. But if you look at goal 6, goal 9, goal 11, and 15, they speak to our industry. And that is why we need to look at it, sustainable management of water resources and sanitation for all. Goal 9, resilient infrastructure. Goal 11, to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, and resilient. Then goal 15, to protect, restore, and promote sustainable development. And you will know we have a role to play because of sustainable procurement. Our sustainable procurement could curtail the climate change. Then I will take us through drivers of project initiation. What are these drivers? So those goals in SDG, I just randomly picked 3 that I want to address for us to reflect. So climate change. Human activity account for 85% of the change in the climate. There's 78% of the boiling of fossil fuel account for the volume of CO2 in the air. Then climate change, it affects human settlement. And that is why you see problem of the flood, desertification, desert encroachment, and among other things. Then 75% of Nigerian population will live in city by 2050. So this means more urban infrastructure, data infrastructure, power infrastructure, then more housing. These are problems that are going to be responded to by experts like you and I. So let's take housing. Housing by the UN is considered to be human rights. Nobody is expected to live on the street or under the tree or under the bridge. So it's a human right. Then the right to adequate housing that is safe, secure, and healthy and available is enshrined in the Habitat Agenda to provide adequate shelter for all. So governments, institutions on global scale are expected to provide housing for their citizens. So these are opportunities for us. These are opportunities for us. Investment by private investors. So housing and infrastructure deficits. The G20 leader, they met in 2018 and they agreed that infrastructure is actually part of the stimulants for eradicating poverty and to increase economic development. And they came up with what they call QII, which is Quality Infrastructure Investment. And when I look at that report, one of the salient part of that report is they agreed that for a project or infrastructure to be sustainable, life cycle costing must be a component. So it's not only about capital costing. Life cycle costing is a component. If you look at that report, and that projects, that tells us that opportunities are coming. Then according to McKinsey report, Nigeria will, the global community will need about 57 trillion US dollar for infrastructure by 2030. Between then to 2030, then 93 billion US dollar will be needed in sub-Saharan Africa for infrastructure development. And this is according to the World Bank Group. So, another component is population growth. So as the population grows, we need more experts in spatial planning, geospatial analysis, urban settlement, city development to advocate for the new agenda. And according to UN Habitat, by 2010, between 2010 and 2050, they argue that it will move from 34 to 79 persons per square kilometer. That's huge. That's huge. Then, if you consider all this, it means better opportunities for quantity surveyors. I hope you will agree to that. Construction ecosystem. You possibly believe that technology should come first, but I don't believe that. Policy trumps it all. Even technological adoption theory, scholars in that field believe that policy, there's different forces that dissuade or persuade policymakers to adopt a technology. So I want to speak about global financial system and development policy. Recently, if you have checked publications from the World Bank Group, they talk largely about organization project maturity model, procurement rating, credit rating, and organizations like Fitch, S&P 500, they do credit rating to ensure credit worthiness of institutions. So they downgrade you, they upgrade you. And I will use World Bank Group as a case in this instance. If you look at it closely, the enacted law of the Public Procurement Act in 2007, it was actually a brainchild of the World Bank Group. And I will tell you this, because they are major player in funding infrastructure, housing, development on a global scale, they become a key stakeholder in defining knowledge requirements in administering infrastructure assets. And because they put their fund on the table, they become a major player. And because of that, let me take you through. I believe due process was headed by Dr. Obi, taken over by our own emeritus Professor Kole Adewahab. After that, I think Engineer Ise, then QS, our senior colleague. Now, someone will argue that we have a QS day now. Why can't he change all this policy to favor QS? It is not going to happen that way. Recently, they launched e-procurement platform for a workshop. Who is the key driver of that program? The World Bank Group. And why is that? They believe that if development institutions like African Development Bank, IMF, World Bank Group put 1 billion to fund infrastructure, you even lack the capacity to manage the procurement process right. So they dictate policy to institutions at national level. And that is why, if you check the Public Procurement Act from Section 6 to Section 8, all the things they listed there, their traditional role of quantity surveyors, procurement planning, technical evaluation committee, procurement planning committee. And that law alone has taken millions of man-hour work that should have been to quantity surveyor to anybody else. And I will build an argument. How far have we done that? Have they achieved more in using that? I will say the society have benefited more, but we have not benefited more. But you can't come to them and say, okay, because I'm a QS, so put me there, we must be the one to do it. There must be business case, social value proposal. So every architect do his own, engineers, QS prepares. No, it won't work. According to a report by McKinsey Institute, the productivity in the industry is actually low. We generate more waste. We're not predictive. I can tell you, more likely, 80% of QS here, they are still working on 1-point estimates. Because we don't have the power to generate data. We have the power to generate data, but we lack the power to analyze it. And the construction of tomorrow is not going to be in cluster. It's going to be ecosystem where parties work on different locations, but on a single platform. So changes in the ecosystem include all those. I will recommend you to go through the document by McKinsey Institute. The next one now, but the way we assess candidates, the way we groom members, need to reflect the pulse of the market. And I believe we are not doing as much as expected. I want to speak about this. One of what I consider as response to this is development of specialization. You may have your prejudice, but I want to tell you, a QS cannot be a jack of all trades. There's a need for us to move towards developing special interest group, community of practice around different subjects at different levels. I've met procurement specialists, PPP advisor, infrastructure specialist, PPP financial modelers, property and infrastructure tax specialist, contract specialist, sustainability professionals. So it is when we take this discussion further that we know that we are actually ready to take on the market and to engage the market with what the market needs. Anytime I want to talk about measurement, I used to be very careful. Because of senior colleagues within us, that young man, why will you say measurement is not important anymore? I remember when I passed my exam, then I humbly told the president that even though I've passed this exam, but I believe that the process they used to assess me was not right. Because 2 years before, I've been doing extensive training in building information modeling, use Revit architecture, Revit structure, Navis work. So if I could click a button, generate my quantity, analyze the data, why do you want me to deduct corner, deduct this, deduct that? Yes, I know this is a very sensitive matter, but we need to be real with ourselves. The market of tomorrow needs digitally inclined professionals. And I will round up here. The first speaker, Mrs. Esther DeLong, right, did brilliantly well. And I remember what she said, the analysis that she gave. Like QS, to our role like a span is, spinal cord. That we are that central to the construction process. We are that central to the industry. In fact, we are like the conscience of the industry. So maybe you need to ask yourself, undergraduate students are at home today because of ASU strike. Maybe the federal government investment of more than 2 trillion through TED fund will have been managed better and achieve more if we did our work diligently. Maybe, and that is the place of ethics at industry level. At industry level, acting with integrity, high standard service, to treat others with respect, to take responsibility. That is what is central to it, ethic. So I will conclude with this. I want you to know that disruption can come from invaders. Somebody that understands the market may come from outside tomorrow and take advantage of this market and will be looking. No job is coming. How many of us recognize this man? How many of us? Anyone? Maybe QS Bolaji Tolun Sunday will give a gift for that. Or the president of the board. Anyone? Okay. His name is Jack Dangermont. He's the founder of Ensri. Ensri is one of the big players in geospatial information in the world. As of 2012, Ensri's revenue was more than $1.1 billion. But I want to shock you. This young man didn't study surveying and geoinformatics. He studied landscape architecture. But because he recognized the market for geospatial data early, he ventured into it. Today, if you take Trimble, Ensri, Hexagon, those are the big names in geospatial surveying equipment manufacturer in the world. And the lesson learned from this is, if quantity survey does not adapt, disruption is going to come from invaders, and it is going to be to our disadvantage. Invaders can come from anywhere. Today, how do you regulate Deloitte that is doing cost management on infrastructure? Or PwC, or EY. Those are invaders. I will conclude with this. Sustainable institutional success is not by accident, and the future is only going to be for those that are ready to embrace agility and change. Then digital disruption, climate change, population growth, and new urban agenda are going to shape the future of our profession. I've highlighted this. Beyond that, it is high time we recommit ourselves to a new drive and redefine our assignment in order to secure the future of this profession. Thank you so much.
Wow. It's been back to back. Intense, I must say. Right? Can we have the chairs now? I was trying to get into a particular session now. Can you help with the chairs for the interactive section and discussions? Please help with the chairs. Now we're trying to get into an aspect, okay, of this assembly, of course, in relation to the papers we've had. And you recall, we did a survey recently, right? About 35 and 35. And the majority of those who raised up their hands to say in the next 35 years we will still be studying, practicing. What we are trying to get into now really concerns you. And it is obvious that quite a number of us are always behind when it comes to engagement like this. Please, we are trying to go into a interactive section where we are going to take questions, answers, and discuss those papers. And a lot of us, we are talking about shaping the future. Those of us who this future concerns should be able to speak and ask questions, really. It concerns us. FNIQS. Please. come up as well? Okay. All right. Please, ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome our president of the board, QS Mutala Liu, who is going to standardize this interactive section using, I don't know, sir, is it ICMS or PSMM or future AI? You don't even know which one is BIM. We've had so many things today. All right. So, can we please invite Dr. Ahmed? Doc? If the Esau or the Jacob of coin surveying profession is not here. Yeah. Super. All right. Please a round of applause for Deputy President NIQS. Yeah. Clap if you want to clap. Okay. So we'll hand over to the president of the board, who is going to lead the interactive session, and we'll do well to pass the mic across when you need to.
Is here, and the young have grown also. The representative is here. Malaruya, who will, if there's any question on ICMS, will be here to bail us out. Then normally in these sessions, we have the president of NIQS, who has mandated the deputy president to be here in case there are certain things that concern collaboration that he will also chip in. Now, Esther Dolan was supposed to be with us in case there are issues that we need clarification on ethics. But you will recall that Dr. Hamid in previous discussions had also given some talk and something related to that. So he has volunteered to fill in the gap in case there's something we need to discuss. So the whole essence of the annual assembly is not to come and listen to talk, but it's an assembly where we'll sit down and talk to each other and see how our profession will now move forward to contribute to the industry and 3, contribute to the society. So the theme is only supposed to guide our next step, and you will notice that in this assembly, all the people that have been resource persons or contributed in one way or the other were invited to this, so that in case they have seen somebody in the process or during their contribution and up to this moment that will help in shaping us up or shaping up the profession, I think they'll be welcome to do that. And for our colleagues who are also here, who have some concerns or some challenges that I think we should all share that will help the industry, I think it will be good we have your inputs. And for the newly inducted, you may have some questions. Yesterday we had a presentation on the board, its processes, its powers, and so on. Today we have seen the direction the profession should take from our journey in history till today and the future, and also the huge data we got from the resource persons showing us the direction that things may go. So it's not going to be, it's going to be maybe, we take not more than 45 minutes. And then, unless of course if there are issues that will keep us here longer, then we can have lunch and close this session. So I thank you very much and I welcome you. You can ask any question, whether it's in relation to the board, its functions, our service to the surveyors, the institutes, papers presented, issues on ethics, anything. It's an open field. You are welcome. Flow. We need more than one mic so that people can move around.
Of this year's annual assembly, which centers on shaping the future of quantity surveying profession. The future of quantity surveying profession, from all that has been presented, is bleak. Bleak in the sense that it's like we are being left behind in terms of global advancements in technology. The papers presented are basically issue-based, and I am seeing it that quantity surveying research are actually issue-based. Most of the issues or most of the researches in quantity surveying are not like laboratory sciences. For example, somebody is informing us that we need to brace up with the challenges of the current ICMS, which requires carbon footprint or a neutral carbon society measurement. And I'm not seeing any research direction that actually integrates such high-level estimation of carbon in our curriculum. Then also, the idea that we are being localized. Our president mentioned that he often come in contact with quantity surveyors in ministries or public service, and they are very timid in showing up themselves as quantity surveyors. I feel to a large extent it is because of the paper that is presented, somebody mentioned it, that our timidity is related to our inability to compete favorably. Somebody is saying there's a distortion of view of who we are. We say we are building economists, we are cost engineers, we are whatever name we was enlisted. That we are not probably going to be called cost engineers, but I feel that distortion in the name is rooted in the timidity of quantity surveyors.
Sorry, please. Now, we are almost 1,000.
What is the focus in terms of the carbon content of the ICMS? What are we going to do about it in terms of how to estimate it? Then secondly, the need for the standardization of quantity surveying in terms of name has been standardized, but I feel that a renewal of name, because if we are solving problems of cost and to a large extent engineering is problem solving, I think it is not out of place if a quantity surveyor is called a cost engineer. Thank you.
My question involved it, shaping involves seeing. The young one shall see vision and the elder shall do dreams. How can the two comes together to define the ends we need? Thanks.
Sorry, you don't get the question.
I'm sorry, I love to explain myself, but you asked us to make it quick. I said elders with dreams, young one with safe visions. Then how can we bring the two together that we will have our heads? Thanks.
Let's collaborate together for the benefit of the profession. All right. Dreams and visions. Showing from Department of Surveying and Work at Harvard University. Mr. President, I'm sorry, I have some two issues. Number one is the issue of accreditation.
part of the remarks you made yesterday, you mentioned the role of the board in accreditation. Mr. President, institutions offering quantity surveying are having in hand to host QSRBN personnel for accreditation. This is because there is NUC, there is NDT, that are majorly academic regulators. And quantity surveying, being a professional course, also has to have that component of professional accreditation. We are calling if the board will look at how a collaboration, how the board can have a collaboration with the NUC and NDT, so that they should be having a one-way accreditation at the same time, because it's difficult for departments now, after having academic regulators accreditation, to also process with the management to have professional regulatory accreditation. This will be very helpful, because there are certain institutions that may have to lose accreditation. I'm from Bauchi. Right now, Parents Polytechnic Bauchi, the Department of Quantity Surveying is processing accreditation. They are having difficulties, even the chapters and whoever. We are trying to see that this accreditation comes smooth, but things are being very difficult. And secondly, Mr. President, yesterday also, there is the issue of monitoring about construction projects being carried out without inclusion of quantity surveyors. I have a question here, sir. We know that development controls give approvals for buildings to be constructed based on architectural drawings, structural drawings, and MIP. I do not know if there is any legal provision for that a developer must have a bill of quantity as part of requirement for building approvals. If this law is there, then I believe the chapters, as mentioned by the President of the United States yesterday, that the chairman during the retreat were instructed to set up a committee under the deputy chairman, chairman of chapters or chairpersons of chapters to monitor. I want us to please try and strike a balance between our activities as the institute and activities as QSRBN. I do not think as chapters we are empowered by law to conduct those monitoring, but they are purely, I think, QSRBN duties. So, Mr. President, I want clarification on this. Thank you.
Emmanuel, and when QS Ayokule was actually speaking and he shouted assistant, I wanted to shout right on, sir. But I think the issue is more of the system. My question now, straight to the point, is how do we deal with fundamental interface of young QS, maybe in the undergraduate level, and professionals? For example, when you have a session of QS, how do we come up and learn from the basis with those who are already practicing? That's one question. The second question is, as a QS, you are like the middleman of all the construction activities, and you deal with the costing, planning, and construction. Now, we know we are in Nigeria, and we need to deal with our fundamental issues. How do we address societal and government influence in ethical practices? For example, when the QS wants to tell an engineer, please, this thing you're doing is wrong, and the engineer maybe a 7 minutes now comes and says, do you want to teach me my job? And stuff like that, and it affects the process of having quality delivery in stuff like this. Now the second question is, okay, the third question is, climate change is the focus of all conversations now, and as a QS, how do we deal with the balance of data analysis in terms of climate change, especially when it comes to construction? Now, the new trend of construction is application of non-biodegradable waste, as construction constituents in construction activity. Let's say, for example, using crushed waste glass, sawdust as partial replacement for final aggregates. Now, as a QS, how do you deal with stuff like this? Because this is the new trend. I am the future, and we need to deal in that direction. Thank you.
African region. When I was making presentation, I said the experts that came up to give us on issue of carbon emission from Netherlands said it is only practiced in either Europe, Canada, and then in Africa, Egypt and South Africa. Now I asked, how do Nigeria come into play into that? She said it has to do with the government policy, and I think I mentioned something like that. So if you want to control the emission, the site, if you have been to one of these countries like UK where they're doing construction, you find that the place is somehow free of dust and other things. That's what we don't expect here in Nigeria. So what we need to do here is train and retraining. Maybe you have courses. It is not only us here in Nigeria. There are other Asian countries that have that problem of emission on such issue. And for data collection, since we don't practice it, we don't have it here because we don't have government policy on that, we may not be able to have data. But when we start training and there's a policy, a specific policy on that, then we begin to have some of these data in place. Thank you.
So, the gentleman from from Futu complained about the issue of conservators being timid and feeling inferior and so on. I think you can take that, and also take the lady's question, the issue of how the young and the elderly or the experience will collaborate, and then maybe would you leave it to the young man for that to answer that, and then you can elaborate on it. So I think maybe you take the issue of how you think the young and the experienced would collaborate, and then my brother here will add up to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, thank you once again. For mentorship, I want to say for every willing young QS, there's a platform for learning. And either at undergraduate level, the Young QS Forum structure actually make provision for interface between National Association of Quantity Surveying Students and the Young QS Forum at each chapter. In fact, all the presidents of any QSs are part of the Young QS Forum executive at chapter level in order to bridge that gap. Beyond that, professional members that are still Young QS, during the last NEC, the Young QS Forum presented a proposal for Mentors Net. And the goal of Mentors Net is to have structured mentorship program for young professionals within the institutes, whereby we have clusters of experts in different fields, construction law and arbitration, project management, public-private partnership, where we can align young QS with specific interests using different criteria to map them together. So that is being worked upon. What is left now is to possibly finalize it, put a framework together in order to maximize it. Then on the issue of timidity, let me just add a point to it. The market of today requires some level of soft skills, negotiation, communication, team building. And those skills, if you look at our curriculum, they are not properly embedded in them. If you look at architecture, the way they structure their program, it's on yearly basis, there will be a jury. During the jury process, you are presenting to the faculty members and your classmates. So you have worked on self-confidence, the act of public speaking before graduation. That we don't have that opportunity, except maybe ND2 project defense, HND project defense, or Part 4 IT, then Part 5 final project defense. So we need to work more on this. Then at institute level, provide a system or training on some of these things, because some, they know what to say, but the ability to articulate it, they don't have it. Thank you.
Moment, I mean today, but look, we were the only ones, do you know what I mean, who in my time, we were in Faculty of Engineering. I did mathematics with engineering students. I did, you know, in my time, during Surveyors, we were given circuit boards. We designed an input with a particular amplification gain, and we measured, and actually we wired the circuits up. What I'm telling you is that the electrical engineering person outside the university, there were very few things they would talk about I didn't know. In mechanical, the auto Carnot circle engine, the adiabatic diagrams of air conditioning. Look, how can you say you are timid when I am the one that when the architect is speaking, I know what he's talking about. When the electrical man is speaking, I can, what is in electrical? Tell me. You bring your high power, your 11 kV, you step it down with the transformer or ring main unit. You enter your cutout fuses, you enter your DB, you have your final sub-circuit, you have your fittings and fixtures. What do you want to tell me? Mechanical engineering. Is it your lift shaft? Is it your lift car? Is it hydraulic or electric? Do you know what I mean? Air conditioning. Is it the whole idea of your evaporator, your release valve, your condenser, and so on? What am I saying? I'm shocked we are beginning to get timid. Because we were the only one who spoke across the spectrum and we were respected. There was never a time in fact, timid? Why are you timid? You are timid because you believe that somebody is better than you. You are not reading, you are not studying, you are not going beyond the confines. What is, look, taking off, preparing bills and so on and so forth, that has always not, that was not the meat of quantity surveying. In law, we understood law, we understood management, we understood economics. Do you know what I mean? Electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, architecture, and so on and so forth, technical drawing. Your training prepares you the most to be most, frontal in the industry. I'm shocked. Please, there's no reason. I can't believe it. Me timid. I don't understand it. Then you must read. When you're in this profession, for crying out loud, you must read. Do you know, I had a youth corper in the office, and I asked him that, he was up, I asked him to try and size me the air conditioning. Should we use 1 horsepower, 1.5 horsepower, or 2 horsepower? I came back, I went out, he had not done anything. He didn't do anything. What's happening? You can't help me calculate, what's the volume of the room? What's the highest temperature? What's the cooling load? Do you know what I mean? How much air change do I need, and so on and so forth? What I was annoyed about was that he didn't go and find out. Look, today you guys, you have what this YouTube. Type it out. Somebody has given you, a video on it. You have to go and search. Don't expand your knowledge. Never be satisfied until you know what it's talking about. You cannot stay within the confines of some small thing and say you're a quantity surveyor. No, look, that's what we're saying. Generalists. Yeah, you must go and understand the processes of the various labor processes in the society. Now, on the issue of the other one, there were 2 things. Well, look, collaboration between the young and experienced. I can only tell you that this has got two aspects of this. You have the structured approach. Do you know, my son, I tricked him to read quantity surveying because look, all my books, I was scared. If I die, you know they will just burn all these books. Honestly, I was like, my goodness, what's going to happen? Not so much about coming to make money. I just looked at my library and I'm like, look. So in any case, he read quantity surveying. Look, in his year 2, he had to come back home. Nottingham Trent changed the nomenclature and added a 1-year co-op program. You would hardly find anybody doing a straight 4-year course now. No, after year 3, you have to go and do 1 year. Go and do 1 year out there. Go and do 1 year. It's not a case of when you finish, then you are running around looking for. No. There are many practices out there who are scared about the whole idea of reproducing ourselves. A nation that does not reproduce it itself will go backwards. One of the problems, which is non-structured, is the idea that there are times those days somebody will come, he wants to do youth service, and I will tell him that, look, we're not busy. I know my friend in this place who has this work. Go there. If you come to my office, you do nothing but watch your videos on your YouTube that you guys do. So, inevitably speaking, there will be ups and downs. And one of the biggest problems really is that now, if I hire somebody in my office, the situation is so bad that I cannot take him from that first phone call, hey, we want to do a 30-room hotel, to the process of actually getting the designs done, tendering it, awarding it, constructing it, then handing over. I was at a handover one day, and those days when I was in practice, and at practical completion, the guy said he was not going to leave the keys and so on and so forth. Look, what I'm saying, out there now, we are finding it difficult taking people from point A to point Z. You would find a situation where, yes, this project started, but after 3 months, the whole thing is stopped. Everybody is doing nothing. Then again, there's a concept I want to tell you about that is plaguing the whole world. It is called the deprofessionalization of the labor process. There was one time we went to one hospital. I hope I have time. We were in this hospital, and the guy was supposed to, when they want to do a surgery, they will call in the anesthetist, the surgeon, and so on and so forth. They called this man. They said, what happened? His transportation, he was running a transport between Kaduna and somewhere, and the vehicle had problem. What am I saying? Look, the whole idea of a professional is the person through repeated doing, what you call iteration, doing it repeatedly, so that closing your eyes, you can do it. The whole idea in our time, sometimes when we give you a project, a reference, and we do AAP stroke 75 stroke 80, that was the 80th project in the year 1975 in Kaduna office of Adesoya and Partners. Look, our printing room, we didn't have computers then, we had printing, it was 24-hour service. In that kind of scenario, you were tendering every day, So if a new drawing, set of drawings come, and your estimate, the cost per square meter is behaving funny, I tendered about, in the last 1 month, I've tendered about 2 or 3. I can tell you something is wrong. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, however, with the way the economy is, today we are calling ourselves company surveyors. You have another card as general contractors. Maybe they're supplying books somewhere, you're offering of yourself. So the situation is bad. I understand the issues, but I think the solution will be institutional. In the UK too, They are reforming the way they train them. After part 3, you are sent out for the whole year, you co-op. Then you come back. And I think that is to buttress your whole idea of a structured attempt at this collaboration. Thank you.
The Deputy President NIQS will take the issue of collaboration between the QSRBN and NIQS on monitoring. First and foremost, before I make any contribution on that, I would like to add on the subsisting discussion. I would like to advise the young ones that you have an opportunity to embrace the older colleagues, because most of the older colleagues carry what is called tacit knowledge, and those knowledge can only be gotten or bequeathed when you interact with them. Beyond mentoring and collaboration, you must develop a culture of interacting with the older generations. Because if you listen to QS Ayo Faleye when he was speaking, he talked about he cannot understand why somebody should be deducting corners and all that. But he can just enter his document using Revit and all that, and he will get his quantities. You see, you cannot run away from knowing the first principle. If you know it from the first principle, it strengthens your courage, it strengthens your boldness, and it removes timidity. That apart. So, those of you who are coming now, if you want to confront the lion, because the lion truly is out there, then you must be ready truly to embrace the older ones. And embracing them is that you must develop the culture of asking questions. Because the man who carries tacit knowledge, if you don't ask him, he won't bequeath it to you. Then on the part of the monitoring, that's a collaboration between NIQS and QSRBN. Plenty work has gone into that. And I want to thank the president of the board and the president of NIQS. They both started it together, because the QSRBN does not have the network in terms of membership. All of us are members of the QSRBN by virtue of they are the ones who registered us, they are the ones who are regulating us, but it is the NIQS that has the workforce in terms of membership. So the NIQS is providing the workforce by way of, asking the chapters, every chapter, to have a monitoring unit that will be superintended by the deputy chairman of the chapter. And when they do that, where they are expected, this is in a way to nip quackery at the grassroots, where it happens without anybody seeing. But people who are at the chapter level, who ordinarily know that they can reach their deputy chairman, they can reach their chapter chairman, can report incidences where, infractions are going on. Take note of it, articulate it, put it in a document that can be shared with the national body, and of course the national body will of course transmit it to QSRBN that will effect the proper remedy in terms of taking action. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy President and NIQS. I think I'll just put a little on the issue of timidity. Like Olagarba said, honestly, if we had anything to manage during our time, is pride. Because when we go for meetings, I won't say look down on the other colleagues, but you are the one that has composite knowledge on the projects. And you will be the most sought after, you will be the most contributing, and so on. So at the end of the day, it's envy. And again, probably it has to do something with the entry that time. You have to miss the opportunity of getting Quant 7 before you now choose to go for engineering or architecture or so on. You know our time. So probably that's the background. But I think with this interaction, I mean, that's why we're sitting here. We should be able to, you should be able to benefit. There should be some osmosis or some diffusion of that pride or that feeling of effectiveness as we interact. I don't feel timid anywhere, believe me sincerely. Not only in the construction industry, anywhere I go and stand, I don't feel timid. I feel I've been well trained to fix into any location. I think we should be social right. But I think also, like you said, you should read. I think we should read. One of the things that I take pride in discussing with this young man here is sometimes we even share books, because I will tell him, I do read this, and he said, no, but the same author has written this, and then we share. If you don't read widely, believe me sincerely, and you keep yourself within just a narrow path, you may be intimidated. But otherwise, from our training, like you said, we're trained in engineering, in architecture, in building technology, in management, in accounting, in economics, in law. You should, you know, somewhere. When the lawyers talk, we understand what they're saying. When the economists are talking, we understand what they're saying, and so on. So I think we should not be feeling timid, please. But whatever it is, we must wake up our tentacles so we can get the right signal. Most of the questions have been answered, apart from that of accreditation. You see, the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board is set up by an act of the National Assembly. So we have a law backing us. And the law says we are to determine the content of knowledge of the Quantity Surveying profession. It doesn't matter that the academics through NUC or MBTE really accredit your academic content. What we think you require to be worthy of our license and our seal is ABC. And look, if you have a PhD in any aspect of quantity surveying and you are not registered by the board, legally you are not a quantity surveyor. The board defines who a quantity surveyor is. If we say the ushers giving us tea here by the wisdom of the board are quantity surveyors, believe me, sincerely they are. So this idea of NUC, MBTE saying this or that, we have no problem with them carrying out accreditation the way they want to. But we have a responsibility under law to accredit the courses of quantity surveying in Nigeria. In fact, even institutions abroad, the moment you come and practice in Nigeria and give a certificate, we have to review their curriculum. If you find it comfortable, then we call you worthy of practicing in Nigeria. So I'm sorry if MBTE or NUC is bothering you about that. But in the case of MBTE, we didn't have much problem with NUC. In case of MBTE, we had issues for a very long time. But I think the problem is being solved now. Actually, as of last week, we finalized an MOU where we will collaborate under our terms. There will be a team of accreditors that will be jointly, born by the QSRBN and the MBTE with QSRBN. QSRBN will provide the chairman. NUC will give two names accredited by the board, or rather, accepted by the board, who are also on our accreditation list. And then QSRBN will also provide the secretary. And then the template to be used is the template produced by the QSRBN. That's the MOU we are agreeing with the party. When that happens, then we go ahead and have a joint accreditation. Because when you look at the law establishing MBTE or NUC, they are totally different from the law establishing NIQS. And even the contents and even what to look for is different. At the end of the day, what is important is what to look for from our end. They may have some additions in their own that they can look at the checklist, but what is important is the template produced by the board. So we are solving the problem to reduce pressure on the institution. But I can also tell you that the board is actually losing money by accreditation. Institutions pay 400,000 to QSRBN for accreditation exercise. By the time we send 3 people and the secretary and they spend 3 days, we are spending maybe between 300 and 350. So I'm not getting anything. Last time we went to accredit the Federal University in Birnin Kebbi. Because of the situation of the security, all those for going for education had to fly from Abuja to Birnin Kebbi. At the end of the day, we spent over $500,000 naira for the 400,000 games. So one of the things that we agree with the MBT is that, look, they will part sponsor the accreditation if we're going to do it jointly, and so on. So it's also not convenient for us financially to be doing the accreditation, but it's our mandate and we must exercise it. So the issue of having multiple accreditation, I'm sorry about that, and let me tell you, believe me sincerely, if we do not as a board accredit your institution, we will not register your names. I'm emphasizing. If we do not accredit your institution, we will not license your members. All right? So, I'm sorry if that's not convenient to some of us, but I think it's important that the profession is protected. And that is why when we relate with other countries and they look at our templates for accreditation or our processes of qualifying, they are happy with us. They went to Malaysia. In fact, they want to visit the board to see how we do our things. Most of the countries that have boards like that. So I think this, I don't know if we have addressed all the questions. The only one remaining, sorry. The use of Bill of Quantities as a tool for approval. What we're trying to do is to get banks or financial institutions or financiers of projects to consider the bills of quantities or any document representing that kind of agreement as a tool to give out money, because that will define the financial space. As for government, if somebody wants to build a private house and the structures are okay and he wants to use, take 20 years to build, you can't force it. But we are also making a presentation in most of the development controls and ministries to see that in the interest of economics, that the Bill of Quantities are accompanied. But we can't force that, I think.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Even as we welcome the President of NIQS. Round of questions. So, can I please have your hands up? Wow. Okay, I'm going to give you all a number. Number 1, number 2, number 3, 10. Please, your name and a minute and 1 question each. 1 question, no multiple questions. I don't have ICMS to measure you.
And no protocol, please.
And no protocol. Yes. So, number 1, the dog.
So, if we are defining we have this in common with professional footballers, boxers. These 5 things is what defines a profession. What defines professionalism is the attitude and behaviors that are required.
Sorry, Doc. I can see some people moving out of the hall.
The expertise, then the code of ethics, then the autonomy, because you are autonomous, governed by an autonomous organization like the registration board and the countries of registration. That's the autonomy. Then the monopoly of service, because if you're not registered and do not pass through the certification, you will be considered as a quack if you call yourself a country. So you have the monopoly of service, and then the public service, the altruism. These are the 5 things that define any profession. And the public has now given us what the ethics, the basic skills and knowledge, because that's what you are trained by public institutions. It's the public institution that gives you this. And then it gives us the monopoly and the autonomy. And they expect from us the public service and the code of ethics, commitment to code of ethics. Now, if we want to shape any profession, these are the 5 things we have to consider. And we have to consider them deeply, right? When we are talking about professionalism, those are attitude and behaviors required of a given profession. And that's why professional timidity comes in. Because we have it in the medical profession. You will identify somebody who has not gone through the apprenticeship by his own professional timidity. There's no confidence. You see a doctor and you know that this doctor has not been trained by a senior colleague. And that's why, and it is just obvious that most of the young ones are now asking how they can collaborate, which means obviously your institution does not have this forum where a junior colleague has actually served a compulsory apprenticeship program under a senior colleague. And I think you need to really develop, because that's what will give them the competence and the unique professional socialization that will say this is a trained quantity surveyor.
I first of all, let me just appreciate the board, especially for the theme of this year's assembly. That being said, there are some statements that were made that I just want to make a comment about, and I'll still try and stay within the 60 seconds. Number one, we are saying that that it has to be by the policy of the government for it to succeed. If there are no technical issues on ground, probably the private sector develop what they call BIM. There is nothing for that the government is going to establish a policy on. So except the private sector develops it first, then that's when the government can now put a policy down for it to be used. So I think that narrative might be flawed. Then number two, we have been emphasizing on the issue of knowledge, getting more competent. I want to say, especially maybe to our young members or younger members, that there are different areas by which you can learn from, and it's free, especially if you go to the World Bank group website. There's what they call the Open Learning Campus. If you go there, you'll be able to see a lot of things, register for courses that you can go for 6 weeks, 5 weeks. Most of them are even free, and you are able to develop yourself. The reason why I said this is this. The agenda that we have in the world is mostly shaped by the World Bank Development Reports, which they issue from year to year. So that is what shapes what is going to happen in the following year and that. So you need to be aware of what the report is saying. Go and see the courses that you need to learn to be able to prepare yourself for what is coming in future. And then finally, I would like to, maybe as an advice, this document I had, Bolaji was speaking, was saying that it's free for those who are here, but if they are not here, you have to buy it. I think this document should be free, and there should be a digital version of it for any registered member to download and have. This is about ethics and code of conduct. I think it should be free. Thank you very much.
That's the truth. So if a registered QS is timid, whether it works in the public service, or it works in the classroom, or it works on the streets, then I doubt it's really a registered QS. No registered quantity surveyor should be timid. So if you are timid, invest in knowledge. The antidote to professional timidity is knowledge. No knowledgeable person is timid. The second thing I want to contribute has to do with a question our colleague from Futo raised. That was not addressed. He was asking, is quantity surveying suffering from identity crisis? That beautiful presentation by our senior colleague, QS Olagariba, argued it's evident that he is more comfortable to be called a QS, just as I'm more comfortable to be called a QS. Others might want to be called cost engineer. I don't think it's an issue. It is not. In those days I was doing IT in Port Harcourt. The popular QS firm in Port Harcourt, one of the popular QS was called Associated Cost Engineer, Shooks Ariman. So it's a personal thing. But one thing is clear, and that's a contribution I want to make. You see, the distinctive competence of quantity surveying lies in cost management. What Falaye calls PPP advisory services, I call it transaction cost management. The essence of PPP structuring is transaction advisory services. What you call measuring carbon print, sustainability, when I teach students, I say this is environmental cost management. The activities of what we do as construction people has impact on the environment, and we must learn to cost manage it. We must move beyond one-dimensional cost management and embrace four-dimensional cost management, transactional cost management, environmental cost management, operational cost management. and our traditional production cost management. We remain cost management professionals, no identity crisis. The third contribution I'm making is related to shaping the future of the profession. Sorry, I'm passing beyond the 60-second. President, if I have your permission, I would like to make that final.
I said one question.
Assembly, Professor Babalola raised a question that was not addressed, and I want to contribute to that along that line. During the interactive session, she said yes, associated cost consultant is known, CEP is known. Then the young QS coming around, what can we do for them? Now, there's something I tell my students, and that's what I've observed where I teach. I teach in Nnamdi Azikiwe University, that's in the heart of Igbo land, and you are familiar with the fact that an Igbo businessman is not ready to pay you any fees for preparing bill. You won't do it. Surveyors who thrive in that environment practice what I call construction quantity surveying. So if you're a young person, you've learned the principles of construction, you understand construction technology, you understand project management, go beyond preparing bill, become a construction quantity surveyor, assign responsibility for delivering the project to the client and cash the money. Practice construction quantity surveying. That's one way to shape the future of the quantity surveying profession as a young person. Thank you for the privilege.
All right. Please, just for clarity, please, do not say because I said question. You will now say yours is contribution first, then question next. Whether it's contribution or question, 60 seconds. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Institutions. I was privileged to follow the young QS in my chapter, Delta State Chapter 2, Ozoro Polytechnic, now University of Science and Technology, Ozoro, sometimes last year. And the students call our attention to something, that their exams that they write semester by semester is written in ICT, that is objective. Now I want to ask, when they are taught measurement of work, how will they be examining objective A, B, C, D? Then they will finish, they are expected to write professional exam, and then QS Falaye was talking about something about deducting corners, and we're also looking at BIM. How will such type of students have boldness to practice quantity surveying when he's doing ABC as exam in the institution? That is one. Then I want to ask also, sorry, please, it's still under education. I want to know, I know that we have research and development in NIQs. I don't know if this research and development, if they collaborate with our institution on the research that people do as undergraduate and postgraduate, if they make use of the recommendations that are given. Because I remember when I was in school, when we were doing our research, we go all out. We were serious to bring out the best out of our research, and we'll make recommendations. But they are not being effective. If some of these recommendations are being effective, quantity surveying will not be what it is today. We will not be arguing and be quantity surveyor and be cost engineer and be cost estimator. In my state, you cannot go to any, when I was doing my master's project, I was going to most of the industries in Warri. I was not seeing any quantity surveyor. Land surveyors are the one answering me that they are quantity surveyor, and it was very painful. I made that recommendation in my master's degree project, but I'm not sure if that recommendation even gets KSRB. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That was number 4. Number 5? Number 5.
My name is DK Onyekachi. Now, I want to ask a question and I would answer, then I would still like the panel to still help in answering and making additional suggestions to it. One, QS, I usually ask a question, how do we call professional invaders? Now, I was opportune to attend a job interview for quantity surveyor. But an accountant was in that place, and the accountant was given the job. Now, I asked when the HR called, and I was told because I didn't have ICANN, I didn't have ICA for a quantity surveying job. Now, my suggestion is when we have gatherings like this, most of these oil companies, multinationals, they don't have the knowledge of who a quantity surveyor is. It won't be a bad idea to invite them, the multinationals, the oil company managers and all, bring them to meetings like this. During such assembly, they could have an idea of who a quantity surveyor is, bearing in mind that a quantity surveyor is different from an accountant. Thank you very much.
Number 6.
My name is Deji Adegun. I do have some suggestions actually. I am from FCT chapter, NIKS FCT chapter. During one of our meetings, they make some recommendations that they were going to meet with BPP to make sure that any tenders that is being submitted should be stamped or sealed by a registered quantity surveyor, which I think is a good thing. So I want to know what the board is doing to make sure that thing comes to pass. The KSL can actually meet with BPP to make sure these things are done. That way, you create jobs for quantity surveyors. I can tell you, there are some quantity surveyors that haven't used their stamp in years. So we just collect the stamp and keep it somewhere. What do we use it for? Thank you.
All right. You're number 7.
Thank you. My name is Francis Omodara Adisa. My question will also go alongside with what my colleagues asked. On the issue of recognition as a quantity survey across the whole nation, across the world, I think everybody knows there is what we call Engineering Day that they celebrate across the whole world. I don't know what the board and other institutions are doing in recognizing quantity survey, having a day for celebration that even people generally will know that we are existing. Many students in secondary school, they don't even know what quantity surveying is. It's only when some people apply for other courses that school give them quantity survey to study, and then they start searching who is quantity survey, who is this, who is that, and then it's not what people really know. How do we also have a day that will be celebrating?
Yes, my name is Olumide Ogunfishola from Lagos. I want to ask the question and make a comment and also ask the question about the issue of code of ethics, our code of ethics, and how individual quantity surveyors and quantity surveying firms market the profession. Because I remember in those days when we were in school and also doing our professional exams, you know, there were some restrictions in marketing of services. They say you can't advertise in newspaper, you can't, you can't go generally tell people that you are QS and you offer QS services, things like that. Now, in hindsight, when I look back at those times, I realized that perhaps those code of ethics were done prior to the explosion of the internet. As we all know and we all agree, you cannot really market yourself so well if you are not on the internet. That's just the fact. So my question now is, how is the institute and the board trying to review that code of ethics? I don't know if it has been changed, but I want to believe that's the way it still is. But if it has not been changed, how is the institute trying to review the code of ethics to align with the current trends. Because if you go on the internet, all other lines of business or profession, they are online. Even the doctors are online. They are online. So if we are, so many people that have spoken here to ask questions and talk about the fact that people do not know what a conservation is about. I personally, people have said, oh, I have a land, please come and measure my land. Many times we can't count. So it tells you that a lot of people, as much as we are here, a lot of people in Nigeria do not know who a conservation is. And I believe that if we are able to take our services online, we are not restricted by this code of ethics, then people will know so much more. Thank you so much.
Dr. Ruben Okereke, Head of the Police Surveyor in the State Master I want to use this opportunity to talk about something that has given me worries for a long while. The logo of the NIQS bears the inscription, Cost Managers, which is served as a professional slogan, sort of, which I consider an understatement of our professional image and potentials. That logo and inscription is supposed to be an instrument that should project our corporate image and professional potentials to the members of the public. Studies I had recently, on project failure, I classify project failure under 3 major categories. The physical failure, physical, F-I-S-A-L, physical failure, to project abandonment, and then the climax, building collapse. Otherwise, project collapse, because it's not only building that collapses. Roads collapse, bridges collapse, and so on and so forth. Now, I strongly believe that the issues that bring about project failure stem from things that happen during the pre-contract stage of the project down to the time the contract is awarded, especially as has to do with the project documentation, space of what it is, contract arrangements, procurement management. And I believe the procurement management, one of the critical issues or events that it should take place within that period should be things like pre-qualification, though that is actually the key for selecting the qualified contractors. And then the issue of tender analysis, tender report, which is lacking in most of the projects. You can agree with me that most of the projects or buildings that have collapsed never had any of these processes take place. And most importantly, you have the issue of contract drafting, contract adversarial and management services. And all these things border under the jurisdiction of the quantity surveyor. And these things are absent in most of the projects, both public projects and the one, particularly the informal private sector. So, what would we consider a slogan in the logo, like procurement and contract managers, with cost management deemed to be included? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Ibrahim, the quantity surveyor. No, somebody said he was a quantity surveyor.
Go ahead, please.
Actually, my question is regarding the carbon emission. Since Nigeria is not included in this so-called ICMS 3 at the moment, can't we have our own ways to initiate our own ways of dealing with this thing in our own country, pending when the government decides to take action on it. And the little contribution I have regarding relating with senior colleagues to learn from them. I have had the opportunity to be taught by so many visiting quantity surveyors, and I've had the opportunity to contact a lot of other seniors. Today, we don't have those type of situations anymore. However, I have been part of a contribution to an institution when I was in Oman to, as a program by the department, that each lecturer should get a practicing quantity surveyor to come and deliver lectures to their students time after time. And I believe if the QSRBN can collaborate with our institutions, we can have things like that carried out in order to help the younger quantity surveyors to do a similar program to help the younger ones, and then they can get in contact with seniors. Probably they will build more confidence to develop their professional practice.
Sunday Adewumi is my name. From the submission of Mrs. Esther, she said we need to do more for awareness for this our profession. And from what QS Ayodele said today, that we could be a specialist tax administrator. But I want to say that we are already specialists in that area. But we have an issue that we are overlooking. When we talk of VAT, which is part of the tax, which as of today, VAT is 7.5%. But this 5%, 7.5% that we are adding to the project, if we look at it critically, we are having what could be called double taxation. Because in VAT administration, they are supposed to be what it is input VAT and output VAT. Input in the area where you are getting materials, you are buying your cement, you are buying your reinforcements and other things. VAT is already on it. Then we use this as input in building rate. At the end of the day, we had what is VAT again, 7.5%. My submission, in as much the president said, or we all know now, that the structure of QSRBN as input of the government, nomination from the minister, nomination from the NIQS, at least to make that 15 member. Then I assume that they are very close to the government. Now, what can we do to now affect the good quality of VAT administration? Because saving 2.5% on a project could turn the table either to be viable or not. But if we now do the VAT administration that these inputs need to be out when we are doing the output, that what will go to the government will be net, not the gross, that we just say 7.5, it will be net. At least it will help members that are constructing, and by so doing, one of the speakers said that before we used to do lateral exercise, it could be now horizontal. We have a VAT agent that now keywords are well positioned to do the administration before, because if you don't know what is input VAT, you may not know what is output and the administration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Over to the panel.
But all the same, for the benefit of those who came late, we can talk about some of them. The code of ethics we distributed at a cost. We normally would put the soft copy on the website, But I think for now, for those who are here, they'll take it free. But I know if you go to the RICS or such bodies, when they produce documents like that, they have a premium on your own annual dues. We don't want to do that. So for those who are already here, who have sacrificed to be at the annual assembly, they will take it. For those who are to come, they'll pay a token to pick it, and then after some time, we'll host it on the website. But if you want, you can either photocopy from your friend or wait. The discussion about the code of ethics, one of the gentlemen that made the statement asked if it had been reviewed. Code of ethics, yes, there are standard ethics. When ICMS presentation was made, that's what they call the global ethical standards. And while the NIQS was producing its code of ethics, Madam here, who is an expert on that, had benchmarked the code of ethics of NIQS against the international standards. And generally, the old document we had was measuring correctly. And the board, being the regulator, also had to come up with a document which will be superimposed on the NIQS ethics, because if you default and we are sanctioning you, we want to make sure that we're sanctioning you on a document that is owned by the board. But let me tell you that it's a living document. If there are comments that people notice, you can raise them, and we'll consider that. Again, when Madam was giving her talk yesterday, the code of ethics, among others, is one of the external policemen. What is important is the internal policeman. Your conscience is what we should try and promote and build. And this one we have distributed is what we're going to use to catch you if you commit any infraction and actually sanction you. But your internal policeman, your conscience, should be what is primary. And it's going to be, like my brother here said, we are products of the ethical issue in the construction industry. And we must have that in mind. Forget about the document you are taking. Just have it in mind that, look, you are a product of an ethical issue. And we should be able to continue to project that. Also, the lady talking about research and so on. Yesterday when I was giving my talk, when I was making a presentation on the QSRBN Act, I said that the research committee had developed issues where we had collaborated with universities. I made that statement yesterday. And I said, for now, we are starting with the two premier universities that started Kotsebe in Nigeria, Ahmadu Bello University and Obafemi Awolowo University. And the MOU for Ahmadu Bello University is already ready for signing now. And what we intend to do is to share research relationships. There are a lot of work that has been done in the universities and polytechnics, in libraries or in some storage. They want to unearth and see how they can be used in the industry, and also take industry experience back into the universities. This is an ongoing thing, and I am sure that will continue. And then we see also yesterday we spoke about the issue of cost data bank. Right now there is a committee that has been set jointly by the NIQS and the QSRBN to refine our cost data and store it. Because like the two speakers said, it's not just about now, harvesting data, but in managing the data. So we will create a data bank, and why the board is involved here, not just the NIQS, is to give it some public sector stamp. The board belongs to government, so we want to give it authority so that people coming to this country or sub-region where to come and work will now have a credible document they can make reference to. And the issue of taxation, when the cost data is developed, I think all these issues would have to be taken care of. It's not only in quantity, even in manufacturing. In all processes, they made this. When you go to buy your raw materials, you pay VAT. And then when you produce goods, again, you pay VAT. So at every point of consumption, And that this is not only to quantity surveying or to construction industry, it happens in many things. Actually, if there's one thing we're battling, and I think the issue of taxation, I think it was in the universities, there is an issue where when auditors come, and we say we're going to collaborate with the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation, when auditors come, you know, they wonder how we, you know, how you are not taxing advance payment, or how are you, you know, so many complications around the payment system, because they don't understand that, you know, in your valuation or in your financial statement, you know, you deduct what you have paid before, whether it's an advance payment, or whether it's a down payment of material or whatever it is. They now separate it and tax it. So there are quite a number of complications that we are addressing. And the issue of marketing the quantity surveying profession, I think of recent we have done very well. Those of you who were here in the morning, the lady from NTA made a statement. And not only that, the professor of history who is here also made a statement. Among our peers within the industry, I think we are doing well, especially for a late-comer profession like the quantity surveying. Most of us are very old profession. You've seen the history from Olagaroba's presentation on how we even emerged. So in terms of marketing, I think we have not done badly. And in terms of Nigerian institution marketing, we're doing very well. When we were some 2 or 3 years ago, we were in Malaysia, you understand, the NIQS was very, very prominent in the parks program, Pacific, Asia, and Surveyors, you know, where Canada, US, all the Eastern Bloc, you know, were there, and so on. We were prominently, even though we were not members of PAC, we were appeared there prominently. So the quantity surveying in Nigeria is not a backwater profession for Boston. The marketing aspect is well. And in making the QS relevant, believe me, sincerely, we were relevant. We have been relevant. Are we not being? We have been relevant. I think what is happening now is that background timidity that somebody said, I hope we'll get out of that and we'll remain relevant. Where the history, where in most of the ministries and government agencies, you find that the quantity surveyors are not many. Before 1985, and I hope you correct me, sir, before 1985, it was totally unattractive for a quantity surveyor to go and work with government. Yes, because the opportunities outside were enormous and endless. It was when the economy went down and firms were not getting commission that people now began to pick up appointment with governments. In fact, even universities were not having quantity surveyors to work with them. And that was why when we were in school, most of our lecturers came from the practice. So fortunately now, people are qualifying up to the PhD levels, and there are quite a number of professors we have now, and so on. So at least that aspect is now stable. So I think the issue is not about making quantity surveying relevant. I think what is important is we that are still in this world should stand up and be counted. For as long as we don't do that, people will begin to ask questions. When I was president of NIQS, we went to the Southeast. We went to meet one of the agents. And he was talking about his land and the next community and so on. You understand? So we will all meet this kind of experiences. In the villages, if you are a dispensary attendant, they call you a doctor. The doctors are not screaming out of their heads. So all these things will continue for some time, but if you continue to hold occasions like this, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome these kinds of challenges. Then the issue of having Quantity Surveyors Day as a marketing tool. What are we having now? We're having a Quantity Surveyors Day. The Trust newspaper was awash with our stories yesterday and today. The NTA is here, Channel is here, they've interviewed us. So what day again do we have? Some roadshow? I don't know. But I think that will not be for the board, it will be for the NIQS. If there are certain things that you think we should do to market us more, we will advise the NIQS to take that. We will continue to do our best to regulate the space. I think looking at time, unless if there are other questions, we'll just let our colleagues make comments, in case there's something I skip, so that we can wind up the day. And, but let me start with Madam.
Regarding the quantity surveying profession, I think there are some steps that you can take to proactively market yourselves and to show, and specifically looking at the uniqueness that you offer. So I think it would be good for the quantity surveying profession to do an in-depth SWOT analysis. I mean, we all know what SWOT analysis is: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And to take it further, because oftentimes when people do that process, you come up with a long list of strengths, with a long list of weaknesses, long list of opportunities and threats. And that's where it ends, because it just seems like long lists. But to do a proper SWOT analysis, you have to subject it to what we call competitive differentiation and advantage. So you look at who your major competitors are. For example, if one of your strengths is the ability to calculate costs, and then your competitors are accountants and they can do the same, you cross that off, it's no longer a strength. And you go down the whole list till you come up with about 3 or 4 things that you do that no one else can do. And that's now what you build your marketing efforts upon. It's not an easy process, but it's a worthwhile process. So I would suggest that you consider doing that. And then I just want to just add a different perspective to some of the issues that have already been talked about, the timidity aspect. Probably coming from the marginalization and the fact that people don't really understand the value that you bring to the table. Now, the value you bring to the table, there's a tangible aspect to it, and there's also an intangible aspect to it. The tangible aspect is what they can see, what you come out with when you're given the job. But there's also the intangibility, which I think is equally valuable. And we've talked about that in different ways. I didn't know until QS Ola Garuba talked about quantity surveying being born in the place of ethics. Bringing sanity to the system, bringing a level of trust that was so badly needed and character to it. And I think that you can also have confidence in that aspect of what you bring to the table. And I think then the challenge becomes how you can communicate that to the client in creative ways without necessarily bashing other members of the construction industry. And then also, yes, seeing value in being the ethical spine. And then the issue of collaboration and mentorship. In some of the work that I've done with the quantity surveyors, either NIQS or QSRBN, in terms of my research, I came across something that they did in Malaysia, because that was specifically to address the ethical concerns that they had in that country. And that was where the older members of the profession opened themselves up to the younger members to talk about practical, real-life experiences, things that they had, challenges that they had faced, and how they addressed them, specifically in terms of ethical issues. And they were very brutal and honest. Some people spoke about how when they were younger and they needed the money, the compromises that they made, but when they found themselves in a position, in a better financial position, they were able to take a better stand. So it was very useful to the younger members, and I think it would be good to make space in the quantity surveying space here in Nigeria for that to also happen. And what also came to my mind is that in terms of bringing back values and ethics and character, there is something that we had developed as part of the solution for the civil service, whereby there'd be a mentorship, but the mentorship would have a foundation of being based in values-based attitudinal reorientation, so that the older members would have to go through a more in-depth attitudinal reorientation to be sure that they were not passing on to the younger people some of the vices that we see in society. So I think that's also something to think about. And what's very clear to me from today and from the questions and the contributions from the participants is that there's a need to have continuous forums to address some of the concerns that have been raised here in depth. It doesn't have to be physical meetings, it can be virtual meetings. Maybe bi-monthly, you pick 3 or 4 issues that are going to be addressed in more depth and communicate with your constituency, quantity surveyors, so that people can be part of that program or that meeting, and then you can go more in depth. You're only handling 3 or 4 things. I think that could be something that you could do a way forward. And then the issue of ethics. Like I said, ethics codes have a limited use. They can so often just be something that's on the wall or in the book. What you want is for the ethics to become alive in the people, to become, like President said, a living document. And there's a process whereby that happens. And we've been having continuous conversations on ways in which to integrate that process, to build, to create a holistic roadmap for an ethical culture within the quantity surveying profession. And that's an ongoing conversation. And one of the ingredients, the core ingredient actually, of ethics is the value system, the personal value system. Maybe even creating an app that can help people actually discover what their personal values are, how it plays out in real life, and where those challenges come from. So that's a conversation that the board has been having, and I really want to commend them on being proactive. I'm not sure any other profession is considering this in the depth that they are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. All right, I just want to make comment on the carbon emission. That's one, and then probably the issue of VAT, tax, and acquire profit when you're preparing your estimate. Now, carbon emission is an emerging, factor, just like being in the world. Carbon emission is only practiced mostly now, UK, Netherlands, and then partly France. And the Canada, US, they have not yet started issue of carbon emission. Now, if we center ourselves on carbon emission, we will miss it out. The only thing we have to talk about, embracing the ICMS. Now, the first ICMS one has to do with the things we are used to. Buildings, engineering, all the infrastructure we are used to. And then that is one. The two talk about life cycle, whole life cycle, which of course is a new thing that in our standard method of measurement we have to now have from cradle to grave. Now, this is, as Europe, some of the European countries practice that one. Before you produce estimate, you have to give the lifespan, okay, from cradle to the grave. And that is why European Union insisted that it has to be embedded in, if we are talking about international standard, globally, they have to be embedded. Of course, we all know the whole life cycle will be studied. We have studied them in the polytechnics and the universities. Like I said, I got my material from Professor McCarthy because I have to ask him, he was my lecturer, this is it. Now, the next thing is carbon emission, which has to be the first. It is the first in the world. Even now, the person who is chairing the standard setting committee, he has been invited in various fora to explain the issue of carbon emission. Now, we cannot measure carbon, but we can cost it, we can allocate cost to it. And because it's new, we have to have training. In fact, as of now, the standard setting committee is preparing a document for training on that. So I expect that we shouldn't come from the last, let's talk about how do we adopt the ICMS ourselves? How do we practice it? Like I said, our BSM4, when it was mapped with the ICMS, we had around 90%. Now, 90% is excellent. So the remaining 10%, we can localize it. In fact, everything in ICMS 1, we have it. Then life cycle costing can be adopted. Now, what is there is that if we start doing that, maybe in a way of adopting the standard, the ICMS, of course, we will all get used to it. We are already used to our BSM 4 and R. Then somebody talk about VAT, tax, and other things when you are preparing estimate, and that is what the ICMS talk about, because they are all associated costs. When you want to give a construction estimate cost to a client, you don't give him with VAT, you don't give him with withholding tax, you don't give him with professional fees, you don't give him, because they are all associated costs. When you do that, you are trying to increase the cost. So, and our BSM4 are, I think, in one of the comments, they say VAT is, you don't do your estimate or you don't prepare your rate with VAT, except, at the end. If a client demands for it, I think so, if a client demands for it. Of course, when you start preparing rate and you put withholding tax, you are already overblotting the estimate. So the BSM4R state that one. Then, all right, there's this issue of marketing also. How do you market that one? There's ICMS and marketing they are all part of the ICMS. And I think my last suggestions to NIQS, if only, because I know most people here, they're hearing ICMS for the first time. Some are not knowledgeable about it. So if NIQS in their website, they can upload the document, just like other countries. RICS upload all the documents in their website. Canada upload, and most of these countries. That will also help us to study it, and then subsequently they can organize other workshops to train. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Because of time, I'm going to speak to only one comment regarding mandatory requirement for bill of quantities as part of the approval process. I think the argument for that is very weak, because anything that you are doing or any attempt you are making, you must consider the interest of the society, not self. So if you want to make BOQ as part of the approval process document requirement, so what is there for the government? What is there for the developer? And recently, if you look at the World Bank is of doing business rating, we have actually moved up a bit. So we want to create more encumbrance by adding that to it. But this is what I want to say. If engineers, architects, designers are looking into a section, that does not mean that that is where we should look into too. Our interest should be more in engaging financial institutions that fund projects. That should be our target. And I want to say this. For procurement process in the public space, I've done a set of consulting for procurement audit work. And I have some level of knowledge regarding the pulse of procurement management in the sector in Nigeria. Part of my findings is this. They are actually, if you look at the Act, like I said in my presentation, Section 6, Section 7, Section 8 of the Public Procurement Act mandates MDAs to create certain committees, procurement planning committees, technical evaluation committees, and by that Act, they are expected to carry out procurement management activities. So what that means is this. If you're a consultant on a construction project, and procurement planning committee or technical evaluation committee does not agree with your report, their position is going to stand. And in most cases, they are not technically biased to understand the peculiarity of built asset construction procurement. So this will be my proposal for in solving it. I think we can take it from home first, maybe at the level of the NIQS and the board, the QSRBN. We need to articulate our arguments. and see the reason why procurement of built assets, the technical evaluation committee or the entire management for that built assets should not be done by anyone that's not technically biased. And I'm saying this, not necessarily a QS in this instance. And the longer goal is this. We need to articulate our proposal and engage regional development institutions like the African Development Bank, the global body like IMF, World Bank Group. And the case we are going to propose is this. Some of our standard ICMS, DSMN4, new rule of measurement, beyond publishing them, we need to create a business case around them. That you have 1 billion worth of infrastructure investment, adopting this standard, we are going to save this, we are going to save this, we are going to save that. And in the long run, we are going to become more relevant and considered as experts in construction procurement. Thank you.
Hello, just to say it's been an absolutely pleasant evening with all of you, especially those of you who are inductees, finally getting your recognition from QSRBN. And my passing shot, my goodness, please read. Now, no more vertically. Well, yes, you can go and do PhD quantity surveying, MSc quantity surveying, but look, let's have a lateral perspective through certifications. Out there, believe me, it's now certifications, specific skills, even if it's data analytics. Do you know what I mean? QA/QC, document planning, project management. You know, these are certifications which you present out there. If you come to me with your MSc, PhD, quantity surveying, if you're not in academia, believe me, sincerely, I won't hire you. I wish you all the best of luck, and thank you to QSBN for this opportunity to be with you. Thank you.
A program that we wanted to use to market profession. The program was actually scheduled to come up on the 23rd, but we didn't have anything on ground. This program was supposed to be a roundtable on the Appropriation Act 2022 and the outlook for the construction industry. Now we are organizing this program in conjunction with the Federation of Construction Industry. So I had to dash out with the Secretary of Professional Development to have a meeting with the DG of FOSI at our headquarters in Mabushi. Now we see this as one of the ways we can market the profession. If we are talking about what is going to affect construction, shouldn't we be the one to lead the drive? We intend to bring in all other professionals in the industry to that roundtable. And what we'll be looking at is what, as a matter of fact, we're looking at having Mr. Bode Augusto as one of the keynote speakers. Incidentally, I think Mr. Olagaroba too is being expected to be there. But the date has to be changed because it's too close and we don't have anything certain. That was why I was away. Having said that, I do sincerely apologize for that. But then, we need to quickly talk about marketing. Each time I come to quantity surveying gathering, I hear this story. What is NIQS doing for us? There is no marketing. And each time, I say this. In 1969, that was about 53 years ago, when a group of young men who went to UK to train as quantity surveyors came into Nigeria and formed the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, NIQS did not exist. But by dint of hard work, NIQS is existing today. When I left the university about 35, 46 years ago, if you go looking for a job, just like the president of KZRBN said, nobody was going to government. It was only you either go to consulting practices because that's where they know you. Nobody will ask you whether you are an associate of NIQS or you have QSRBN registration. But nowadays, you see adverts where there are specific requirements that you must belong to the NIQS. And some people still wonder what NIQS can do for them. And I wonder, what are you talking about? 30 years ago, that did not exist. Now, some hiring organization would insist that you must have been certified or registered by QSRBA. And then some people will still ask that question, what is QSRBA doing for us? Maybe the question should be, what are you doing for NIQS and QSRBA? Because what a lot of people don't understand is this, and I keep saying this. The other time, the deputy president of NIQS mentioned the fact that we are using the state chapters to do the monitoring process. It's not because QSRBA does not have members. QSRBA cannot fund it. Current on the national budget, I'm sure they have about 500 million. We don't have such. For QSRBA to monitor all the sites in this country, that means even every state, that means we have to have state offices, 36 state offices, manned with vehicles to move around. QSRBA cannot even maintain its office here in Abuja. I was on the board, and I know what we went through, even towards the end of last year, for us to keep afloat. So when people, sometimes when you are asked to pay some of these fees and complain, and then you see what the same QSRBA to fight for you, where are they going to get the gunpowder? It is the money you pay, your license fees, the fee you pay, that they use as the gunpowder to fight your battle. I don't know how many people here in this hall have paid their annual subscription for this year to NIQS. How are we going to market quantity surveying? To market NIQS, we need to pay. If we are going to call channels, we will pay 500,000 for any of our events. Do we have that money? So please, I want all of us, when we ask certain questions, we need to sit back, ask ourselves, what is our contribution to the profession? But if we want to leave it out to the leadership because you voted in, yes, the leaders will do their best and they will leave after 2 years. But we will all sit back and complain because there's a limit to what we can do. But together, we can do more. By everybody in every location they are, marketing the profession positively. Where you work, where you worship, where you play, where you live, the school you went to, because I'm sure each of us here belong to one old students association or the other. Market quantity surveying. Market yourself. And that's the only way all of us will get something to do. On the ethics, we are working on the collaboration with Convention on Business Integrity, a body set up with Dr. Chris Kolade as the chairperson. We hope to start a regular monthly webinar on ethics that will address various aspects of practice. So it's not just going to be a general one, but once in a while it will be specific to the area of practice. The executive director for the convention incidentally was the keynote speaker at the investiture last year. That's Soji Apampa. So hopefully we should hope to start that, so that, because one of the ways we want to market this profession is that keyword, integrity and profession and honesty. And without ethics, I'm sure it's going to be difficult to be able to do that. We know one of the ways we've been demarketed has been that we collude with contractors to hide cost of construction. So we need to change that narrative by putting ourselves in a situation, and that's one of the reasons also why we are collaborating with ICPC on consistency project tracking, to be able to establish that we are all for honesty, we are all for prudent use of our scarce resources. And I hope in the days to come by, everybody will come on me. On the QS Day, I remember last year when we wanted to organize BGM, we said, let's bring back those old days when BGM was formed, when BGM was a source of networking. And it could have been similar to the QS day that was being talked about. When companies would advertise, would take a supplement in newspaper to say that all quantity surveyors are going to gather for 1 week in Abuja or anywhere else. That is another way. So I'm saying this so that we all know that when we are being asked to come for BGM, we are also trying to say that we are telling the world that all the quantity surveyors in Nigeria, we are coming together. We are drawing attention to the profession. So I want you all to see any QGM general meeting or whatever as a marketing tool that must be adopted. Somebody raised the issue of being called a cost engineer. Yeah, for now, I think we need to be careful. And the reason is simple. The Nigerian Society of Engineers have a division called cost engineering. So you want to ask yourself, are you a QS or are you a cost engineer? I know that sometimes in the oil and gas industry, those who perform that role are quantity surveyors. As a matter of fact, ISEC, which is International Cost Engineering Council, has all the quantity surveyors, all bodies, ASAC from South Africa, Singaporean Institute of Surveyors and Valuers, and all other bodies that are for quantity surveyors as members, as athletes. But we need here in Nigeria, we need to be careful because we have another profession that is aiming to take over our role. So if we are trying to adopt their own title, for all you know, for all we care, it's like we have succumbed and we have agreed that they are right to continue to perform the role of quantity surveyors. So for those quantity surveyors who are happy to call themselves cost engineers, please, I want to beg you, have a rethink, because you may be shooting yourself in the leg. I think on that note, I want to stop here so that we put all this to a close. Thank you all for coming and God bless you all. Well, I've just been told that I cannot thank my members for coming here to give KSRBA money. But I want to thank you for bringing money out of your pocket so that KSRBA can continue to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think there's just some few gaps to fill, then we wind up. I jumped a question. A lady asked the issue, that exams and what they learn in school are different. I mean, maybe she's asking about professional exams. We all went through that. If you're coming for a professional exam, you prepare for professional exam. And there is there are syllabus for that, there are templates for that, and there's a process, and people have tutorials in classes, I mean, in the chapters organize tutorials, the Young Conservators Forum also organize tutorials, Waxen and other bodies organize tutorials. So the examination is not to test your knowledge alone, is to teach your, is to test your competence in the field. And so we're sorry if there's a variance between what you learn and what you come to find in the exam. But I think we should be associated with our chapters, and when the tutorials are going on, we should partake. There is an online question which says, look, if you are giving the ethic codes to people who are here, what about the online participants? The online participants will always pick it when they come. Or if because we have a checklist of them, we'll send it to their chapters so that they can collect. Don't worry, the issue of ethic code will not be a big issue. We'll be able to resolve that. There is also a question online that can't the board try and develop an affordable and available software and affordable, yes, available to contributors and sometimes even hosting on the web. I'm just pushing back that to NIQS. NIQS should encourage the development of softwares and hosting. But I can tell you that it's a purely commercial thing. Why would the board develop a software when people like Professor Gushala is Dr. Gushala is Shola Ogunshino is doing that, and there are quite a number of other of our colleagues that are developing that. We should encourage them, so that now there will be a specialized unit of the NIQS or membership of the NIQS that can develop software based on their experiences and also make money there. My Oga here says QA, QC, mediation, arbitration, and so on are areas that we can qualify. And so please, let's do that. Let's encourage our members to do that. And then if we buy a number, I'm sure we'll be able to make it cheaper. There's another question I forgot, the issue of people dumping their licenses and doing other things. I think that's a choice. If you choose to dump your license by the side, fair enough. But if you think you need it, keep it updated, please. Otherwise, we'll consider it as a quack. They didn't want to use it when it's expired. So, distinguished colleagues, the whole essence of the annual assembly is what we are doing now. This interaction, this discussion, after listening to some expertise. You can also see that in all our annual assembly outings of recent, we try to bring people from outside the profession. Actually, the last 3 or 4 outings, all the sourcepersons were not conservators, I think apart from 1 or 2. This is the only time we have 2 conservators talking to us, because we're talking about the future of our profession. But when we're talking about things like ethics, people like new frontiers and so on, we bring people from outside to come and talk to us, which is also good marketing. Dr. Amid is a medical doctor. He's been in our programs. Madam Esther is an expert on ethics, on management, on values, and so on. She's here with us. There are quite a number of people that will join us, I'm sure, once in a while. And that's good marketing for the profession. For the first time today, she's learning that we are products of ethics. So I think we are not doing badly. It's a long journey. We'll continue. But I want to sincerely appreciate the attendees. We have about 4,000 plus registered conservators. So far we have about 1,300 attending, both virtually and physically. I think we should improve the numbers, we should discuss our issues, and I also want to organize the academics. They've been participating, there are quite a number here. Members of the armed forces and the paramilitary also are visibly cited. This is an encouragement to show that we can all come together and discuss issues that concerns this profession and move it forward. Most of us here on this side, maybe apart from this young man and this young man, you, no, this young man, may actually be, away from the profession. I am over 40 years out of the university, over 40 years out of the university. He is much, more than that. So even we say we are just putting our licenses down, it can be legitimate. But please, if you are young and you are putting your license down, one day you will need it. And by the time you want to dust it off, you find that it's already rusty. So please keep it alive, even if you are doing some supply job, or you are supplying sugar cane, or you are making software, keep it alive, because it will become handy. So I want to sincerely thank you all, and I want to also thank you for the interaction, because this is what makes the annual assembly a live program. And I know that we are getting hungry for lunch, and the speaker is looking at me, trying to snatch the microphone from my hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Please a round of applause for the panelists. All right, please, thank you. We're going to have just quick presentation to our resource persons. the rest of the team can join in the photograph. First and foremost, we're going to have a quick presentation to QS Ola. Yeah, QS Olagarba Olumoyiwa for his wonderful presentation. The president to do that. Please, the panel can rise and for the photograph. Join them.
It's actually deliberate that we got Olagarba to talk to us. When I called him, I was expecting him to reluctantly accept at best, or to say, no, come on, let me rest. But I was pleasantly surprised when he was enthusiastic and tried to come and share his experiences and moments with us. And when we have resources like him, we must not let them far away, please. Because, I mean, this mentorship is not only on one-on-one. This opens the frontier where when we hear what they say, we'll be able to now define what we're going to. And please, on behalf of all of us here, I want to sincerely appreciate you. You've kept the fire burning, you've kept knowledge alive, you've refused to tame it out. We sincerely thank you, and we're hoping that we'll still have moments to collaborate on this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Can we also have QS Ayodele Fale?
There is a photograph of one very old lady turning back to look at one little toddler. And the toddler also turned back to look at the old lady. And the interpretation was that while the old lady was looking at the future, the young toddler was looking at the past. I mean, we come and talk to each other. Like we said, this is an annual assembly. We come to talk to each other. Sometimes we keep talking, not even knowing what the younger segment are thinking about or what bothers them. And I think for as long as we do not expand the collaboration and have this, in biology, this osmosis or diffusion, where they hear from us and understand our journey and challenge, and we hear from them and hear what they face, because when they go out, they probably see different things from what we see. I think, so it was on this note, like he said, I called him and said, look, call him, I called Adair, I called Ahmed Kabir and said, look, you should go and put your heads together, get the younger elements, come up, and you'll be one of the part of the presentation. In fact, initially I told them they would derive the process. So when they brought suggestions, we looked at and came up with this topic. And I said, okay, one of you should come and talk to us together with an experienced person also within the group. And so in their wisdom, they chose IO, who has not disappointed them. You have done very well. We're very proud of you. And we are hoping that you will keep the fire burning. It's a hope, and it's very hopeful that at least as you are stepping down, people are stepping up. We appreciate you.
Okay, thank you once again. Please, can we appreciate the panel as they go back to the floor to have their seats? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, sorry, please, for a group photograph, please, with the entire. Then once more, as they go back to their seat. I rest my case. We are looking at the past, somebody's looking at the future. It has been about parables, somebody was have one or two things to say, then we go for lunch. Now, first one is they are both important, okay? And let me start with the inductees. Inductees, if you are still here, keep your hands and clap for yourselves. All right, super. We're going to have the issuance of stick stamps and so also your seal to the inductees, and I need to give a very quick arrangement. Max, just wanted to make some quick announcements, right? I was trying to talk to the inductees. Now, the inductees, how many of you know that we have a mobile hub for QSRBN? If you know that we have a mobile hub for QSRBN, raise your hand. Okay, so as the Speaker of this House, part of what you will require to collect your documents is to show that you've downloaded that mobile hub, all right, on your phone. And to everybody else here, there's a mobile hub of QSRBN that is functional. Please download it. You get real-time information. The website is also active. I've been going through it today. I've seen it. Very, very engaging. The user interface is very interactive. The mobile app is mobile friendly. Please go ahead now and download. You'll see my picture there on the first page. Check it. You'll see my picture. If not even the president, my picture. It is right there. If you don't get it, forget about it. All right. So for the arrangement, for the certificate proper, I'm going to call out some names very quickly. Right? If you hear your name, you are to proceed. Just QS Son Ibrahim, QS Chinedu Emmanuel Ezuho, QS Salami Tajuddin, QS OBSC Obieze Joseph, QS Whitney Ugo, QS Priscilla Akubuke. You are to see the administrative officer of QSRBN on the left-hand side, where I'm pointing to. There, you are going to be assisting with distribution of some of the certificates at that angle. Again, QS Son Ibrahim, Chinedu Emmanuel Ezuho, Salami Tajuddin, Obieze Joseph, Whitney Hugo, and Priscilla Akubuke. Please kindly meet with the administrative officer to my left. QS Ayakpere, Olajide Olamilogun, Bayegun Adelami, Nubu Ajadu, Odulano Alex, Ilesomi Michael. Please, to my right hand side. My right hand side there, meet with the administrative officer of QSRBN. And lastly, QS Lydia Denike, Olabanji Michael Kadi, Wasiu Igbalaye, Omoboye Gideon, Shegun Ajayi, and Alwasi Jonathan Daniel. You are to please meet with the administrative officers at the upper gallery hub, and they will explain to you your duties in that regard. Also, there's a very emergency meeting of Association of Quantity Surveyors in Public Service as the left-hand side of this hall right after this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly permit me to welcome up here the Registrar of the Quantity Surveying Registration Board of Nigeria for his closing remarks. A round of applause for QS Abdullahi Alkali. Please clap.
We have come a long way, and we are about to draw the curtains on the 2022 Annual Assembly of Quantity Surveyors, Registered Quantity Surveyors. I would like to, on behalf of the President and the board members, appreciate you all. Appreciate you all for coming to attend the annual assembly. Particularly, I would like to mention our special guest of honor, the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Raji Fashola, who is ably represented by one of our own, QS Temitope Pemi. We appreciate you for your support to the board. You have been a big pillar of support to the board, and we appreciate you for that. I would like to also mention the president of the NIQS, QS Olayemi Sholubi, who has been with us since yesterday morning when the two-day event started. We appreciate you and all members of NEC of the NIQS. To our resource persons, Your insightful presentations is well appreciated. It has added value to the two-day event. Thank you very much. Past presidents of the board who attended both physically and virtually, you are also well appreciated. We want to thank you for that, for sparing your time. Past presidents of NIQS, you are also well appreciated. We thank you for sparing your time to be with us through the two-day event. I want to also use this opportunity to thank and commend the secretarial staff of the QSRVN who has been working around the clock in the last 5-6 weeks to ensure that things go on well during this two-day event. The RQS, senior colleagues, fellows of the Institute here present, we appreciate you all for your time and support. The Secretariat has noted all your observations and comments on our shortcomings during this annual assembly, and I assure you, next year you will perform better. To the inductees, your journey has just started in the profession, and I wish you all the best in your in the profession. At this juncture, I would like to thank each and every one of us here, the pressmen, and everybody for a successful event. I wish you journey mercies back to your destinations. Thank you, thank you, thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this session, the lunch is ready. As usual, back end for the experienced front row and behind for the young one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed been a pleasure. I want to personally thank the board for always giving me, myself and QS Timothy, the opportunity to facilitate at conferences like this. We really appreciate the trust you place in our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you all, and wish you all journey mercies back to your respective homes. Thank you, and God bless.
IDP. Very well done. Well done. Thank you. Very well done. Always. I heard you. Okay. So we talk. No.